stakeholders. But Startup Mela has brought all of them together today on a common platform to celebrate entrepreneurship and, of course, promote innovation. Odisha, which is fast emerging as an innovation hub, boasting of a robust startup and entrepreneurial ecosystem, has decided to give a befitting tribute to the National Startup Day this year, that's tomorrow, by organizing the Startup Mela on a scale worthy of the occasion. As you all would be aware that by now we already have more than 1,450 startups across various sectors, 25 incubators from across Odisha working in a variety of domains. This Mela will serve as a canvas for exchange of knowledge and experience on nurturing startup ecosystem, developing entrepreneur capabilities, mobilizing capital and financial knowledge, market access opportunities which will allow our innovators and entrepreneurs to showcase their high-quality tech-enabled innovation. So from interactive panel discussions, pitching sessions, hackathon, experience sharing sessions, academic leadership talks, and roundtable conferences, there is a lot of action over these 2 days that will ensure a memorable engagement for all the stakeholders. And the young and bright faces that I see in this hall, let me inform all of you that this in particular, we will also be focusing on young and budding innovation, because Startup Odisha truly believes that our young students are the ones who would be driving the next wave of innovation and economic development, and therefore the Mela would have student pitches, curated sessions for students on statutory compliances, branding, marketing, as well as the Startup Expo, food exhibition, and, well, so much more fun. So while all eyes this month are on Odisha for the grandest ever FIH Odisha Hockey Men's World Cup 2023, the goals set by our entrepreneurs with support of Startup Odisha also deserve a lot of accolades and appreciation. So without delaying this any further, let's get started with the inaugural ceremony of the Startup Mela. And like I said, we are already privileged to have the presence of our esteemed dignitaries for this session. With a big round of applause from all of you, could I please welcome them onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable MSME Minister, Government of Odisha, Shri Pratap Keshri Dev, Principal Secretary, MSME Department, Government of Odisha, Mr. Saswat Mishra, and Executive Chairman, Startup Odisha, Dr. Omkar Rai. As is the customary practice, we would like to welcome our esteemed dignitaries on dais with bouquets. So I'll request Executive Chairman, Startup Odisha, Dr. Omkar Rai, to do the honors and present the bouquets to our Honorable Minister and Principal Secretary, sir. So can we have the bouquets, please? We'll also request him to welcome Principal Secretary, sir. Can we have the bouquet? May I also request CAO Startup Odisha, Mr. Pabitra Mandal, to present a bouquet to Dr. Rai. Thank you. So boys and girls, when he was the DG STPI, the largest number of software technology parks were set up in the state during his tenure. And today, Dr. Omkar Rai, as the Executive Chairman of Startup Odisha, is leaving no stone unturned to see Startup Odisha among the top 3 startup ecosystems in the country. Recognized as one of the top 100 global influencers in industrial Internet of Things, as well as big data, Dr. Rai is credited with formulation and rollout of national policy on software products 2019, as well as creation of over 25 centers of entrepreneurship in emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, blockchain, virtual reality, gaming, animation, among other things. Currently, he's driving the state startup revolution by nurturing talent in innovation and entrepreneurship, and also focusing on branding OHub as one of the top startup hubs in the country. I'll now request Dr. Rai to present the welcome address and set the tone for this first ever Startup Mela.
The Honorable Minister MSME Industries and Energy, Shri Pratap Kesari Devji, Principal Secretary MSME, Shri Shashwat Mishra ji, the representative from the Government of Odisha, leaders from industry, leaders from incubation ecosystem, leaders from academia, the brand ambassadors from academic institutions, student innovators, startups, investors, mentors, and other ecosystem players, friends from media. It's my proud privilege to extend a very warm welcome to Honorable Minister Shri Pratap Kesari Devji for gracing this occasion and inaugurating the Startup Mela 2023. This is the maiden effort of Startup Odisha, and at this occasion, I must extend a very warm welcome to Principal Secretary MSME, Shri Shashwat Mishra ji. I also extend a very warm welcome to all the participants, all the delegates from the ecosystem. It's a proud privilege to share the audience that Startup Mela is a maiden effort of Startup Odisha, which has been doing a number of initiatives, number of programs to achieve the vision of state of Odisha. The Honorable CM, Sri Naveen Patnaik ji, expects and has envisioned Startup Odisha and ecosystem of state of Odisha to be in top 3 startup ecosystem in the entire country. And for achieving this very vision, we are taking a number of initiatives, conducting number of programs, and putting up measures so that we could achieve this very vision that has been laid by Honorable CM himself. Most of you have participated in MIO 2022, and you have seen the kind of thirst Government of Odisha has laid on the initiative of Startup Odisha. And we were the body, we were the initiative which were afforded the plenary session, and we conducted a huge event with the participation from the ecosystem player from all across the country. State of Odisha believes that the next big movement, the next big initiative is the Startup Odisha. And therefore it looks at Startup Odisha as a next endeavor which will create job, bring brand equity in the state. And therefore, of late, we have been taking number of initiatives. We have conducted funding sessions. We have brought investors from all across the country. We have been conducting mentoring sessions. We have outreaching to the young boys and girls in universities, in academic institutions, in the schools. We conducted Startup Yatra 2.0, which was launched by Honorable CM himself. Encouraged by the kind of response we received from the campuses, we also launched Startup Express Yatra, which went to the schools. And we are concluding this Yatra during this Startup Mela valedictory session. We also conducted Fund Stack 2, which attracted a lot of investors. I must say, because of these initiatives, when we launched our Fund of Fund program with 100 crore commitment from Government of Odisha, we got a lot of encouragement and a lot of support and interest from the investor community. And therefore, the fund which was about to become 300 crore fund by the investors, we got very, very overwhelming response. And that is how we are now going to have more than 1200 crore fund of fund, which will be jointly operated by Government of Odisha and by the 7 AIF fund manager chosen from the RFP process. Today, when I am talking about this Startup Mela, this is 2 days event. It is having exhibition from student innovators. It is having exhibition from startups from recognized by us. We are also having several events to familiarize the young boys and girls about the legal compliances, about the intellectual property right compliances, about how do they achieve the funding from the investor, how do they create their pitch decks, how do they access to the ecosystem so that they can convert their ideas into products. We are also, in these 2 days events, we have also for the first time come up with the concept of appointment of brand ambassador from academic institution. We have carefully chosen and invited the academic institutions to nominate the brightest students from their campuses. We believe that it is the student community which will bring the next transformation in the state, and therefore these brand ambassadors carefully chosen based on a parameter by the academic institution, will not only themselves become innovators and startups in time to come, but they will also act as a bridge between Startup Odisha and academic institution. And by this, Startup Odisha is going to be pervasive in the academic ecosystem of the state. We are also trying to sensitize the high net worth individual in the state so that much needed angel investment network can be, the culture of angel investment network can be inculcated in the state of Odisha. And therefore, we are taking all the measures, putting all the programs in place to achieve this kind of vision. We have also our policy, Odisha Startup Policy 2016, which was revised also in 2018, is under revision. We want, this policy is still best in class. Our incentives are best in class in the entire country. Still, we are ambitious and we are revising this. Very soon, this revised policy will be put in place to achieve the vision, and it will be very, very futuristic policy. You can await the revision of this policy, and it will be announced very soon. We are also coming up the maker culture in the state of Odisha. We are going to establish Mother Fab Lab, Super Fab Lab in this very OHub. This Fab Lab will, a Mother Fab Lab, which will be capable of generating several Fab Labs out of it. And therefore, with this kind of provision in place, we will be able to create maker culture, establish Fab Labs across the institutions, in the R&D institution, in the academic institution, in the entire state of Odisha. We believe that it is the maker culture, it is the culture of creativity which will take this state further. And therefore, when this 2 days program is being launched by the Honorable Minister himself, I must assure that the Startup Odisha and the ecosystem of state of Odisha in terms of startup will put our head together in this 2 days conference where the industry leaders, academic leaders, investors, experts, they are going to deliberate and interact with the ecosystem. We will do our best to achieve the vision that has been led by the government of Odisha. With this, I once again extend a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries and all the participants in this Startup Mela 2023. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rai. Well, boys and girls, we are really privileged that we have with us Principal Secretary, MSME Department, Government of Odisha, Mr. Saswat Mishra, a 1996 batch IAS officer. He also serves as the Principal Secretary to Governor, a dynamic officer who has served in key assignments throughout his career. In just a few months of taking over his assignment as the Principal Secretary to the MSME Department, he has been encouraging the startups and the youth in general in Odisha to take the lead in entrepreneurship. During the recently concluded Make in Odisha Conclave 2022, he had also said that Odisha government is even open to policy change as well as completely renovating the current startup policy to help us achieve our vision to be the leading startup and incubator hub in the country. I would now request him to share his insights and valuable thoughts with us today.
Respected Honorable Minister, respected Executive Chairman Dr. Omkar Raiso, distinguished guests, colleagues from MSME Department and Startup Odisha, and all the young boys and girls who have come here to attend this 2 days Mela, and my media friends. I welcome all to this Startup Mela. I would not be speaking more than 3 to 4 minutes. I'll put it very simplistically. I just want to clarify to my young friends that every business initiative is not startup. Yes, literally everything that we start is a startup. But the concept of startup as understood by Government of India or as understood by state governments is, doesn't cover every new business initiative. Why I want to clarify this? Because there is misconception in many minds that whatever we do, whatever we start is a startup. Therefore, we'll get policy incentives or other benefits under the Startup Odisha policy, etc. So if you start a family business, if you start a biryani business, if you start some conventional business, that is good. I am not saying that that is bad. In fact, in any economy, conventional business is more important. The non-conventional things will, yes, non-conventional business will take the economy forward. But we cannot ignore the conventional business, the conventional components of economy. But unfortunately, the conventional things of the economy would not be covered under the startup policy. The startup policy covers what? Any new product, any new business which predominantly uses science and technology, new process of manufacturing, any intellectual property based, patent based thing, those things are only covered under the startup policy. So young boys and girls, when you think of startup, so be clear in this in your mind that what would be covered under the startup policy of Government of India or Government of Odisha and what would not be covered. So if you are covered under the startup policy of Government of Odisha or Government of India, you would be helped under this policy. If it is a conventional thing which doesn't come under the startup Odisha or startup India, don't get disheartened. There are also a number of schemes to help you get money from the banks or other financial bodies to take forward your business. But I just want to clarify this so that there would be no confusion in future. Coming to startup only, see there are many policies. We have a 2016 policy amended in 2018. We will be coming up with another policy, but don't wait for the new policy. Okay, every new policy would be better than the previous policy. So that doesn't mean that you would be waiting for 2023 policy, or somebody would say, no, I would wait for 2028 policy. No. Whatever, see, time is of essence. Whatever you want to do today, please do it. Don't be guided or misguided by the policy. Okay, whatever policy perspective is there, that would be applicable to you. The new policy may be better for you, may not be better for you, but don't wait for that. Third thing is that don't always expect what the government will give to you. You carry on with your activities. Okay, we would be there to play as a facilitating role, maybe a little bit of catalytic role. Okay, but don't expect that everything will be given to us by Startup Odisha or Government of India or Government of Odisha or our incubators, etc. So little bit of push that is required would be provided by all of us. The ecosystem would provide you that much of catalytic facilitation, but everything else you have to do. And what we generally provide, we provide the financial support generally. Okay, when you do business, when you are housed in an incubator, or when you are a startup without any incubator support, because there are two types of startups. No, some startups are housed in the incubators. Okay, incubators, there are incubators, then startups housed in the incubators. But there are some startups who operate on their own. They don't depend on any incubator. So we help both. We help incubators, and through incubators we also help the startups under them. We also help the startups without going through the incubators. So whatever help we extend, generally the help is on financial term. Money is very important, so whenever you are being assisted by Startup Odisha or Startup India, take care of your money extremely cautiously. There are examples when people get money easily and they also spend it away, waste away, I would rather say, they have wasted that money more easily. So in that way, you would never grow. Okay. So the entire startup concept that is coming up in our country is to give you basically a financial support to take care of your initial struggling phase. Okay, so in that case, that sense, you should be extremely cautious of the money or other financial support you get from government. So if you be extremely cautious and extremely miser in spending that money, then you would actually learn the tricks of business, and you would take forward your new business initiatives much ahead. So with this, I would conclude. It's a long 2 days program. There are many student engagement activities, many stakeholder engagement activities, and during all those activities, we would be interacting. So at this juncture, I stop here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, boys and girls, it's really a matter of honor and privilege for us that the Honorable MSME Minister, Government of Odisha, Shri Pratap K. Shri Dev, one of the most articulate ministers of the Odisha government, who also holds 3 key portfolios of industry, MSME as well as energy is here with us today. It is under his leadership that the state has now come up with a slew of new policies, reforms and initiatives that definitely make Odisha one of India's most favored investment destination with a vibrant industrial ecosystem. And of course, it is also his firm belief that startup is like the only door or window that opens the way for Odisha to bounce back in the national scenario. So I would now request him to address this wonderful crowd of entrepreneurs and stakeholders of the startup ecosystem on this occasion of the first ever Startup Mela.
A very good morning to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the Startup Mela, the first of its kind in Odisha, and on the eve of the National Startup Day, which is tomorrow. And on the dais, we have the Executive Chairman, Odisha Startup, Shri Omkar Rai ji. And on the dais, we have MSME Principal Secretary, Shri Shashwat Mishra ji, and the captains of industries who present here, the incubators, head of the incubators who are present here, and friends. I'll be very brief, but I'll be a bit informal. I'd like to start from the place where a month back we were together, that is Make in Odisha. This Make in Odisha program, like today's program, is again relatively new. We started Make in Odisha in only 2016. Then it's a biennial program, 2018, 20, because of the COVID, we did not do it. And we again started on 2022. And this is the first, a kind of MIO in startup. And this is the first. And as you can see today, the first meeting, the first Mela, very small, very candid, and this has to grow. And that is where we in Government of Odisha, we come in. To give you the basic background of my government, to understand the government better, to understand the Honorable Chief Minister's mindset better, to understand us politicians better. See, in any house, any business, there's never a windfall profit in the beginning. There are very few exceptions who make a windfall in the first step itself. Now, when you're governing a state and when you're governing a society and you've taken the responsibility to change the entire system, the mindset, development doesn't mean infrastructure, that is a part. What actual development index is the human development index. That is basically meaning, in lesser words, like Odia we say, Alpa Bhasara Bujhaya Gole, the mindset has to change. Unless the mindset changes, all the infrastructure made, you might have a 6-lane road or an 8-lane road, but you don't know how to drive. You don't have any traffic sense. The 8-lane road doesn't make any sense. Like nowadays we see in Bhubaneswar or in the national highway, it's a 4-lane road, but we don't know how to drive. So there are traffic jams. It will be something like that. So unless the mindset of the community changes, the actual development will not be ushered in. So here in Odisha, like we were struggling with the basics. Road, health, education, food, the basics. So it took us about 15 years time to set a house in order. Thanks to the people of Odisha that they voted us back to power time and again. And that gives the political fraternity a long time to think and strategize. Like in any business, unless you have a strategy in your mind, it won't be long lasting. So from 16 onwards, we could feel that we invested in education, we invested in food, we invested in agriculture, we invested in infrastructure. And today here we are, like sitting with young, bright minds like you, who are again a product 1998 onwards. I don't see any single head prior to that. So you are my experiment. And you are the experiment of my government. And here you are standing to take the next step. That is why we politicians in Biju Janata Dal, we say 1936 to 2036. We mean something by that. 1936, Odisha Pradesh was made on linguistically. And in 36, we will complete 100 years. So in 100 years' time, if my Odia brethren cannot stand on the legs, we have been a political failure, it will be understood. So basically the crowd sitting here are our experiment. And we depend on you. You've got the best, and at your age, well, we never had anything in Odisha. I myself am educated in Rajma College, Raipur, which is in Chhattisgarh today. I did my college in DU. But there was no worthwhile educational institution out here or technical institution out here in Odisha where we could have a homegrown crop. And every parent is not that financially rich or sound to send the kids out. So those are bygone days now. I didn't have to send my children outside. They studied here in Bhubaneswar in Loyola and kids only. That has been the transition, that has been the transformation. I did not have something then, I have it now. So we didn't have that time something, now we are aspiring for something why we are here in this Mela today, and that is why this Mela is being organized. Very frankly, gentlemen, I like to request you one. I want entrepreneurs in Odisha. Service sector is a different sector altogether. Serving somewhere is something different, and making others serve under you is something different. What Odisha today lacks is entrepreneurs. We have to stand up, and if we have to stand up at the national level, then we have to start manufacturing. We can't, the entire state cannot be seen in the service sector and yet aspire to be somewhere in the top. It never happened. We cannot be a service state. Because every third person you speak in Odisha, he wants to do a job. I say to hell with the job. Let's do something different. Let's create a breed of entrepreneurs who will create jobs here and get back that Odia talent pool which is working outside back home. But as it is, we in Odisha like to work from home. We have got a work from home culture mindset altogether. As politicians, we always receive this, I can transfer kar dinu ghar pe ko. They can't stay outside. But yet, the push and pull of the society takes them outside. So why not do something here where we can get our own talent pool back? And there's no dearth of talent in Odisha, especially the Odia youth. You see anywhere, right from politics to corporates to anything, anywhere you go, you will find us. We Odias are everywhere. But unfortunately, we are always working behind the screen. We are never on the front row. We are always in the back row, providing the leadership. We are the backroom boys or the backroom girls. But we never take the front seat. So we are never seen, we are never recognized. Right from RBI governor to you take a circle around, scientists to everything, everywhere you will find ODS. Basically, we are running the country. But yet we are nowhere to be seen. We are losing recognition. So when I talk about startup, this is the brief background, political background, you have to understand this. Unless you know the background, the environment you are working on, like Mr. Mishra, Principal Secretary told, every business is not a startup. Startup has got something to do with technical know-how which you will build up. And I'm telling you, in the Make in Odisha also you were there. I believe you would have gone through all the 7 policies which were declared in the MIU, industrial policy, MSME policy, tourism policy, food policy, logistic policy, everything. Odisha is like a new book. Any page you turn, I see business opportunity. Any chapter you turn, there's a technological advantage and a technical opportunity. Like for the RE, renewable energy, what a huge policy. The next in line is hydrogen and green ammonia. So where are we? How can we fit ourselves in? How can we? Food processing is such a vast subject, and it has to be technologically savvy, and it can provide hundreds of jobs and can not only feed millions but also provide sustenance to millions. The food processing, we are surplus in rice, we are surplus in marine products, we are surplus in vegetables, now we are surplus in millets. Sky is the limit. But we want to process it. Raw food doesn't cost much and doesn't have a market value also. But if you process that food, if rice is fortified, it will earn money. If millet is processed, it's an international brand. And something I would request all of you to start working on marketing and branding. We are far, far, far behind. We are, in fact, I'll call ourselves laggards in branding. People have come and stolen our thing. Then we fight in the television, Rasgulla ka aa raha. Basically, we are fools. If you leave your doors open, if your house doors are open, the thieves will enter. Why we blame the thief? When you are incapable, somebody else is capable, then he'll do it. Who stopped you from branding yourself? Who stopped you from marketing yourself? That is where this younger generation, you have to step in. Kola haldi, second of dark turmeric, speciality of Kandamal. How many people know it and how much are we marketing it? Koraput coffee is one of the best in the country. Marketed in the name of Araku coffee. Now Araku is a place in Andhra Pradesh. So it becomes brand Andhra. Moyurbanjira Khasi, known as Bengal goat throughout the country. North India, any pan dukan you go, they say Bangla Patta. Whereas our Balyapala Panna Patra is sold as Bangla Patta. So sir, where are we? We are losing your identity. It's not only about keeping your identity, it's always about branding yourself and marketing yourself. And we Odias have been laggards in this. So this is where the startup comes in. That is where the Honorable CM's idea of the startup. The startup was basically invented by our own Prime Minister. In fact, I would rather say the pioneer of startup in the entire globally was Microsoft, Bill Gates. He started this concept of startups. Our Honorable Prime Minister took it up. Why was this startup made at all? This is a way around the government system, the cumbersome government system, a way around the political fraternity, where if you are bright enough and looking for an opportunity, you get some financial backup and you can stand up on your own. And you can start off right away. And any field. It might be mechanical, it might be engineering, it might be food processing, might be anything to do with technology. Now defense sector is one sector which is opened up in the entire country, Atmanirbhar Bharat. And you'll be surprised, many of the people who are into drone manufacturing, drone technology, are from VSSUT and CET Bhubaneswar. But have you ever heard about them? So, what I'm trying to tell you is, Odisha, we are just beginning. And this startup is the only gateway through which we can establish a thoroughbred Odia entrepreneur in Odisha. Self-made, self-built, self-sustained, and of the huge, huge, huge future. When I say huge, huge, huge future means, what I mean to say is, other places are saturated. Bangalore, in a civic sense, is unmanageable now. From the airport to the city center, it takes about 2 hours. And catering to such a large population, you require electricity, you require water, you require sewerage, you require everything. It's becoming unmanageable. Last rainy season, they had ample rain in Bangalore, and all the top-notch CEOs were seen on the tractor. Amati CRP re pani bojhegala ko media goes haywire. But what about Bangalore town? The Silicon Valley of India. That was underwater, 5 feet of water. Heart of Bangalore. No media uttered a word. Because you know why? Paisa bolta hai. Money speaks. So no media will like to mess with these people. But same thing happens somewhere else, they'll pounce on you. Hyderabad is again saturated. Drinking water problem, massive water problem in Hyderabad. Bombay is already stuck. Pune is virtually going to be stuck in another 5 years' time. So which is the next destination? Where you have air, clean air, green background, water, surplus electricity, and cheap land, and technically sound labor. It's Odisha. You like it, you don't like it. The next industrial hub of the country will be Odisha in another 5-7 years. In the recent MIO, we got an intent worth 10,48,000 crores. The national average of conversion, the intent into grounding, is 20%. But in MIO 16 and 18, our average of grounding has been 32%. 12% more than the national average. If I go by that trend, even if I ground 30% of this 10,48,000 crores, I create more than 2.5 lakh jobs. I create an additional revenue generation of about nearly 40,000 crores for the government and opportunities for at least 1 lakh of people in Odisha. That is called value addition to the state economy. We have to think on those terms now. What you can do to value add for Odisha. What you can do to value add for your own brethren, own relatives, own friends. You have to think on those terms what you can do. Stop thinking what the government will do for you. Government is a provider of basic necessities, that's it. Government will provide you opportunity. Government will provide you electricity, health, education, infrastructure. But who will walk? You have to walk the talk. Government cannot walk for you. No government has. And no government will. When we are integrated in the global market, global economy, we have to fight for ourselves. And we can do it. I'm 100% sure we can do it. Why? Because of the 6 things we have here. So like they say, early bird catches the fly. If we here start doing things before the others come in, we automatically get promoted by the time they come in. Suppose I set up a successful startup today. By the end of the decade, so by 2030, there will be enough buyers from outside who would like to take you over. You would have started the net worth of say 10 lakhs. By the end of 2030, you can sell off your startup of more than 25 crores. That's the kind of windfall you will get. Then you can move forward. So you have to work for that. Opportunities are galore. We have got all the raw materials. We have got all the heavy industries. Aluminium requires downstreaming. Aluminum is called the wondrous metal of the world. How many people have put their head into it? Nalco was made in Angul in 1984-85. Ketara downstreaming is. Where are we? What are we doing? Till now nobody has come. It's for you. I think the time is waiting for you. So unless you guys take it up, somebody else will. Because in 1985, the economic of the state and as well as the country was not that sound as it is today. Today, people have got a lot of money. When my Prime Minister is talking about a 5 trillion economy, and when our neighborhood is sinking, look at Sri Lanka, look at Pakistan, look at Nepal, look at Burma, they're all sinking. Afghanistan is the basket case. So you are the only star there. And now we are the head of the G20. So entire Southeast Asia comes in, entire Middle East comes in. Middle East where the money comes from, the oil money comes from. So the chances of outside funding, the FDI's investment are bright. We have the raw materials, we have the talent pool, and we have an ecosystem, and we have the incubators also. So what better environment can we get? All we have to do is start up and start walking instead of talking. So unless we walk the talk, nothing moves. And to add to this, geopolitics and the general global scenario also plays an indirect hand. The West chose China over India for various social reasons. So a time came when China became so big, it started threatening the whites. It started challenging the hegemony of the US. Now the whites do what best they do, cut down the size, bada ho gaya, isko chota karo. So now the entire West is, on their own terminology, trying to cut down China to size. So they have put in a lot of money. So that money will be withdrawn. So where will they put it? They'll put it somewhere. They have to make their manufacturing hub. And the White Club has got its own mindset. So they call something called climate change, environmental hazards. So they want their stuff manufactured somewhere else. And we here want to be manufacturers. So what best opportunity can we get? आमको चाकरी दरकार, आमको पैसा दरकार, आमको मैन्युफैक्चर हवा दरकार, आमको सोशल सेटअप को ठीक करिया दरकार. And we have the raw materials, we have the talent. And they want somebody to manufacture for them. So if we can't get it into us, so we are leaving out a huge opportunity. So incubators present have to hunt for that. I was speaking at SOA University. Those incubators, those higher education institutions who have the wherewithal, who have the funding, you should think beyond your typical UGC academia culture. I don't want clerks anymore. I don't want babus anymore. So with the education pattern in your institution, you have to also start entrepreneurial development, and also you have to step into the business of education itself by buying out technology. Let the student do his MBA or his engineering, but also simultaneously start a startup. Let the institution provide the technology also. It might be food processing, it might be light engineering, it might be anything. In software computing, there's a huge scope. We have to just buy it out and start education and training and income generation at one go. It can be a one-stop hub. What in the media people wait? Ko anushthan re kete job placement hela. That is like a big media splash. SOA University ba KIT University etiki loko chakiri paile. Similarly, 20টা startup bahari ki ette koti tanga generate kale can also be a story. It's the way how you see it. So slowly the line of job seekers will go down. Ultimately doing a job to get money and ultimately generating money out of the same system. It's a win-win situation. The institution gains financially by reputation. The students gain by confidence. By the opportunity you would have got through somebody, he is the person who will be giving opportunity to others. What better way? The same system, we can look at the same system in the other way around. So it all depends on perception, how you look at it. So gentlemen, this first step we have taken by organizing this Mela is to get us together, to get our acts together. And for heaven's sake, we have to think big. We do not think small. Time has come, we have to think big because opportunities are so much, avenues are so much, and there are no players as of today. Aji ko 7 varsh pare, there will be many players, many big players. I don't want us to leave that opportunity to somebody else. Let's brand ourselves. Let's start manufacturing. Let's start marketing ourselves. Let's talk business and talk big. That is my mantra to you. Thank you so much for calling. Jai Jagannath.
Thank you so much, sir. I think that was the right dose of inspiration that our students needed with a reality check. So thank you so much for your words. Well, boys and girls, we are also privileged that our Honorable Chief Minister Shri Naveen Patnaik has sent a message for us on the occasion of the launch of the Startup Mela. So let's take a look at his message on the screen. So that is the message being read out. We'll request the Honorable Minister to, but before that, sir, we have a I'll request Dr. Rai to present mementos to our esteemed guests before we finally declare this. Okay, done. All right, sir. So I'll now request our honorable dignitaries on dais to declare the Mela, the hackathon and the exhibition open.
We declare the Startup Mela 2023 and the Hackathon open. Thank you.
I'll of course now request Dr. Rai to present mementos to both our honorable minister and the principal secretary, sir. So, yeah, I'll also request the CEO, Mr. Pavitra Mandal, to please join us here on dais to do the honors and present the mementos. To our esteemed dignitaries here. We are really grateful for your presence. I'll also request Mr. Mandal to present a memento to our Dr. Rai here. Could I now request that brings us to the close of the inaugural ceremony, but since our Honorable Minister has already declared the Mela, the hackathon and the exhibition open, I'll request our Honorable Minister and other dignitaries to take a look around the startup exhibition, interact with the exhibitors as well. And to all the student innovators here, you have your stalls there. You can go down right now and get a chance to interact with our Honorable Minister and the dignitaries. But please be back here by 12 o'clock. Please, because we have the next session with Mr. Bakchi here in this hall. So please be back by 12 o'clock. That's a little request. Do not delay that and come back here by 12 o'clock. Thank you so much. I'll request hackathon participants to please proceed to the third floor.
Hello.
All right, so welcome back to all our esteemed guests and our student innovators, our entrepreneurs. I think a fantastic inaugural ceremony. Our Honorable MSME Minister Shri Pratap Keshri Deb, Principal Secretary Saswat Mishra, the Executive Chairman Startup Odisha Dr. Omkar Rai, all together declared the Startup Mela 2023, the hackathon and the exhibition open. And now we are geared up for a very, very interesting session. This is called Ask Subrata Bagchi. And we can't stay calm a few minutes from now, and Mr. Bagchi will be here with us, and we'll be starting with the session. But like I said, Sokale Madhya, I had asked, I think we did an exercise on the good morning to check that you all are ready for the session. So we'll do something for this session as well. This is very simple. I'm just going to ask you a simple question. Are you geared up for the session with Mr. Subrata Bagchi? Okay, you are geared up, but I don't think not that geared up. So maybe I can ask this again. Are you geared up for the session with Mr. Subrata Bagchi? Now this looks like yes, you definitely geared up. So yes, we'll have him here with us. In fact, he's already in the venue, so he should be joining us here in a short while from now, and then he takes over. So I'll once again request if your mobile phones need to be kept in the silent mode before he takes over the stage and starts the session. So ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ अनुरोध करिबी मोबाइल फोन्स को आपण माने बाकी से सेशन आरंभ करिवा पूर्वरु साइलेंट मोड रे रखि देबे. So I'll also like to inform that after, I mean, of course, all of you should be having an idea, but just again for your information, after the session, of course, a lunch break, but then the whole day is packed with a lot of activities, a lot of interesting things for you to engage in. We have an experience sharing session by startups right after lunch, so I would request everybody to be present for that session. There's, of course, roundtable discussion with incubators in presence with the EC, Startup Odisha, and the Principal Secretary, MSME, on startup ecosystem in Odisha. That'll be for the incubators. There'll be a masterclass on legal and IP compliances as well today here on the conference hall, and there'll be a curated event for students, the ultimate startup quiz, that is also going to happen. So a lot of activities lined up for the day, just for your information. And then there'll be a panel discussion with investors, which will be moderated by Head Start, and a pitching session for top startups to end the first day of the Startup Mela. And of course, there's still a lot of action left for tomorrow, but that's for another day. So as of now, I want all of you to be geared up for the entire day, participate in huge numbers, make the most of these sessions, because this definitely is a learning experience for all of you here. I'm sure a lot of us are big fans of Mr. Subrata Bagchi. I myself, I always call a fangirl, even after a long, long time. I've heard him speaking so many times, and it's like you never get the most of it. You really want to hear him on and on and on. And definitely, I'm also super excited along with all of you for this wonderful session, Ask Mr. Subrata Bagchi. Also, just for all your information, for the hackathon participants as well, post-lunch from 2 to 5, you're all requested to be at the 3rd floor. So that's a little announcement for our hackathon participants. That's also been declared open by the Honorable MSME Minister. as you all know, it focuses on conceptual solutions for creating circular economy around renewing waste. A very interesting topic for our students. And I'm sure we are going to get some brilliant ideas coming in at the end of the hackathon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Subrato Bagchi, Honorable Chairman, Odisha Skill Development Authority, Government of Odisha. Such a privilege to have him here with us today. All right, so as we know, this session is Ask Subrata Bagchi. But before we go there, let me ask the audience a question. How does one introduce Mr. Subrata Bagchi? You know, that's a question that I'm asking to you. No, I'll of course give him to do the honors. But let me also, like I said, I have been a fangirl, and I would definitely take this privilege to, do this. So, chairperson of Odisha Skill Development Authority is a simple one. That's a simple introduction that we can give to Mr. Subrata Bagchi. But I would say that is too simplistic for a person who is as diverse and multifaceted as Mr. Bagchi is. A brilliant entrepreneur, best-selling author, motivational speaker, philanthropist. He, along with his wife, we all know Mrs. Sushmita Bagchi, pledged $50 million to set up a cancer hospital and palliative care center at Bhubaneswar. Mr. Bagchi, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, defies stereotypes. A newspaper aptly described him as Odisha's Warren Buffett. This aside, as chairperson of OSDA, he has definitely taken up a mission to skill 1.5 million youths by 2024 and has created the brand name of Skilled in Odisha. And by the way, as I take this opportunity to invite him on stage for this session, I also wish I was a student today, because Shri Bagchi ji has decided that he's brought some wonderful books which is going to be handing over to the students who are asking the best questions today. So I wish I was a student, because I'm not getting to ask that question, but you all definitely have a chance to get those books from him. So get ready to ask Sri Subrata Bagchi as he joins us on stage, with a huge round of applause from all of you. And of course, I'll of course request the Executive Chairman, Startup Odisha, to also join us here to welcome him the traditional way with a bouquet. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Mr. Subrata Bagchi.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Welcoming the traditional way. Thank you, Dr. Rai. And now, sir, the stage is all yours.
So, good morning, and such a pleasure to be here. I first of all would like to thank Sri Sasut Misra and Dr. Omkar Rai for bringing me on such a wonderful day to be with all of you. It's a pleasure. When Dr. Rai first asked me to deliver a keynote address, I said, my God, no, I'm not going to do this because, people don't listen when you lecture them. And particularly with youngsters, I think it is easier if we engage with each other and you lead the way. So I said I'd rather have an engaging conversation. As much as we can have an engaging conversation in a very fat sofa like this, for me to sit on and you 50 feet away. But nonetheless, so I said that I would much rather have an engaging conversation where I listen to you and I see what's working on your mind, I take away something, and in the process, if there is something that I can leave behind with you, it'll be a delight. So with that, the floor is all yours, and I think it would be nice if someone moderated this, because in case there is a contention and too many people want to ask the first question, it would be nice if somebody creates a priority. So Diksha, you will do that? Okay. You are everywhere. Be here. Someone said this serious kind of couch. It's a beautiful day and smile, be cool, and look happy. You know, I didn't come here to see such a serious bunch of faces.
Okay, I think yes. We are having the first question.
Yeah. Check. Yeah. So it's fascinating to see you again, Dr. Bakchi, because I had met you earlier. But my question is, like, the minister in the first half of the session, and of course the principal secretary, they brought out the startup concept in a very good way. What they basically said is that every entrepreneurial venture is not a startup. That is what they said. Like, a startup has to be something different. I mean, it need not be a traditional business as such. So my question to you is, like, Honorable Chairman of Odisha Development Authority, so how do you actually clarify it to even more? Thank you.
I think that's a very good starting point. And just before coming here, me and Sri Mishra were having a word with each other. And he voiced this issue, and I think I agree completely. So in a sense, we can push the limit and say everything is a startup. Okay? So if you want to open a shop, that sells whatever by the roadside, that's also a startup. And at some point in time, Infosys was a startup and Amazon was also a startup. The key question is, from a OHUB perspective and from the venture capital world perspective, from the angel investing world perspective, what would be a startup? So if you look at that, opening a, however nice showroom or a shop by the roadside is not the kind of startup that we are talking about here. So essentially, a startup is a business idea that will quickly scale. Scaling is very important. If it doesn't scale, then it's not a startup. Now, a startup is also not an app. Too many people confuse, an app with a startup. Okay, there's no reason why an app cannot be a startup. But we need to shift from the app mindset to fulfillment mindset. Okay. So if you look at all the major successful businesses which will create sustained value for stakeholders, okay, as a startup, they must have a fulfillment view of the world. Okay. Amazon is not an app. Amazon is fulfillment. Okay. So Ola is not an app, Ola is fulfillment. So I think scale is important and fulfillment is important, and creating stakeholder value is important. Okay? If it's a question of me starting a business for me, myself, and I, okay, of course it's a very legitimate way of looking at myself as a startup, but neither am I going to scale, nor am I going to create stakeholder value, okay? Nor am I going to be building something which is of serious interest to a potential investor. So that is how I will look at a startup. Now, when we have today's event and OHub as an idea, we are really talking about startups that will scale, startups that will create stakeholder value, startups which will build a view of themselves which is beyond a clever idea. Clever ideas are a dime a dozen. Will you fulfill? Will you be real? And how close you will go to a paying customer, a real customer. That is very critical. It's not a clever idea. It's smart fulfillment that will sustain over a period of time. That is where an investor will be seriously interested. So we are talking about that kind of startup. Does that make sense? Sir? Yeah? Lady here.
Good evening, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Me being a student from National Law University, I want to ask you, what do you think lawyers, being a service career, help in a startup? Like, how can we start a startup, which, as you said, will scale? Because
Yeah. So I think this is a very important question. What's your name?
Rishita Agarwal.
Rishita. So, very, very important question. In fact, when Dr. Omkar Rai was first in the process of taking over, please sit down. One of the things that we discussed is the proximity to the National Law School and proximity to, for example, the KIT Law School or the Utkal University Law School. And while that proximity exists, the difficulty that many startups have of not understanding law. It's very critical that a startup entrepreneur understands all the laws that will govern a business. You cannot think of any business which does not involve multiple laws. Ignorance of the law will actually come with a very fat price tag. So a potential startup has to think through not just laws in terms of, intellectual property, for example, but laws related to contract, okay? Laws related to human resource management, laws relating to commerce. Okay? Now, OHub, then we discussed, must bring the law school's expertise and the startup entrepreneurs together so that that gap, and sometimes an expensive gap, can be bridged. We felt that the law school students and faculties, if they were to come even hang out here, okay, for 1 hour every week or every fortnight, it will be a rich experience for them because they may become startups tomorrow, and the startups get a free legal clinic. Okay? In Bangalore, for example, you can hang out in a cafe in the evening and your friend will introduce you to a friend who's teaching or is a student at MS Ramaya Law College or at National Law School, and very informally you can get very powerful and very important advice. Okay? Not necessarily, I'm not necessarily saying free advice. Okay? And those are very, very important. Typically, startups overlook the importance of governance. And governance cannot be an afterthought. When you build a company, you have to front load your business idea with all aspects of governance. Today's world is a very complex world, and you not only have to be compliant with the law in your state or your country, but you have to be compliant with law internationally. Now, I'll come back to one very important thought apart from all this, Rishita, and that is when you guys come and hang out here and do your own good karma, okay, by giving advice, by interacting, by making connections, because they can't afford, Amar Chand, or they cannot afford Zia Modi, but they can afford you, okay? And sometimes you are smarter, by the way. Okay? But God didn't say that you studied in National Law School to be a lawyer or to join a law firm. For all you know, you will make friends with a biotech company here and you'll abandon all that and become the next great biotech entrepreneur. Bill Gates, he didn't study computer science, okay? Bhavish Agarwal had nothing to do with the logistics business or certainly not the, alternate energy or EV business. Ritesh had no idea about the hotel industry. I didn't study computer science. So most of the times, what we do in life and what makes us truly famous is not what we studied. I studied political science in Utkal University. What am I doing in, skill development to the government of Odisha? Okay? Or for that matter, founding a company called Mindtree. So sometimes the door to destiny will be opened in very unusual ways. So you might be in National Law School, come do some karma here, good karma here, and you may find, your future boyfriend, if not a future business idea. Thank you. You better be here, ma'am.
We have done this side, let's go this side as well, so to keep the balance. So
And
yes,
women must get 50% of the questions.
absolutely, absolutely, totally.
Good afternoon, sir. Hello. Yeah. Sir, I would like to know your perspective on the popular debate of bootstrap startup versus the funded startup. In the current game of the unicorns, the government is promoting. So how do you see this? Because money being a key thing for somebody starting, and especially we are not backed by rich parents. So how do you see that?
I don't know about rich parents. I didn't have rich parents, but I didn't understand your question also. Can you just make it very simple?
Okay. My straightforward question is, currently this quarter, Jirodha has registered a profit of 2,000 crores versus there are companies who are going IPO making losses. Okay, so as a business, I have read in your books that it's all about money and entrepreneurs should be profit seeking. So having who should be our role models going forwards?
I think you have to be your own role model. Okay. You have to be your own role model, yeah, that's what it is. You talked about being bootstrapped versus being funded. That was a
Yeah.
key part of your question. So back to the first discussion about definition of a startup. You should be, for as long as you can and as much as you can, you should be bootstrapped. Okay? Future investors will always value if you're bootstrapped. Okay? But they want to know, do you have skin in the game or are you just eyeing my money? However, you need to know that point where you will be perceived as valuable to somebody else, because that is where you'll actually get the capital to become big. Now, I must give you my personal example. So, my first startup was a failure. My first startup was at the age of 28. I co-founded a company called Project 21 with two older friends. And I'm talking about 1985. And between the two of them, they brought in 20,000 rupees, 1985, whatever that value is. And it was agreed that I will put in sweat capital. Okay. In 1985, banks would not give loan to the word tech company didn't exist. So, computer company. Okay. People didn't know the difference between a hardware and a software. The company closed down after 3 years because of lack of working capital. It had business. Okay. But you can't run a company purely on raising the invoice, getting the money, taking care of your expenses, setting aside money for future growth. So working capital was a challenge. The company closed down in 3 years. Now, it is a very valuable lesson for me because realize that you need a critical mass of capital. But whose capital? So when Mindtree started, it was conceived in 1998 and we actually launched the company in 1999, the 10 co-founders. Before we met the VCs, we first liquidated our provident fund money and our gratuity money. My personal money, my personal total savings in life through provident fund and gratuity and a little bit of stock option that I had in the company I was serving amounted to about 56 lakhs. Okay. So between the 10 of us, we produced, maybe about whatever, I don't exactly remember how much was the total money, but we said that we are betting our life savings on the table. Now, here's a business plan, business idea. Would you like to come and invest? When you do that, then the angel investor or the VC takes you more seriously. I find a lot of people who say, I need 5 crores to start a business. Now, in today's world, if you can't con your PC nani, okay, or your mamu or koka po bhai to cough up that money, and if you are not able to pledge some piece of your property to raise that money, it's very difficult that an angel will say you are really worth it. So bootstrap as much as you can. Show that you are putting your blood, sweat and tears in a visible manner. People will take you a lot more seriously. But at that inflection point, you have to decide whether you want to be a boutique organization, you want to have total control, or do you want to scale? There's nothing wrong in being a boutique organization. Some of the best companies in the world are tiny, cute companies. Not everybody needs to scale. But if you need to scale, you can't bootstrap and hang in there for too long as well. Okay? Because if you don't bring in capital, you won't be able to, first of all, attract good talent. Secondly, you won't be able to invest money in acquiring customers. Okay? So, you need to actually be very careful about the timing so that you have a vertical takeoff, right? Think of yourself as an aircraft. At some point in time, you have to do a vertical takeoff. So, bootstrapping is good. If you think that control is important and scale is not important, bootstrapping with your money as much as you can is critical. Okay? Don't expect somebody else to, people are not here to blow their money on you. Okay? Nobody comes with a guarantee micro-coded or bar-coded here saying that, you are going to succeed. So, it's a show of confidence to say that, I have liquidated all my money. I have actually, here is my life's kitty or savings and there's a point of no return for me. It makes sense? Don't compare yourselves with people who have gone IPO and stuff like that because that comparison will not help. So back to your question, you have to be your own role model.
Thank you. Well, before we take the next question, I would just like to say, this is asked Subrata Bachi, but eta pacharantu Shri Bakchi ji ko or puchi Shri Bakchi ji ko bhi ho sakta hai. So you can ask your questions in any language. Samti kichi restriction nahi. Odia re bhi pachari parive, Hindi re bhi pachari parive, English re bhi. Yes, the girl, please.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Anjali Mahapatra, currently pursuing my MBA in Mela Global University. Sir, I want to ask that in previous session, the Honorable Minister has mentioned that the universities are more focused on placements. They are more placement oriented. But what can the universities can do so that they can facilitate more startups, so that they can encourage more students to go for startups?
So it's a good question, actually. It's a very good question. But I must tell you that, sit, um, I think startups must facilitate startups. Okay, universities can make it a nice ecosystem, a breeding ground, but it's not like universities alone will be able to create startups. Okay? One of the things that I believe the time has come in Odisha, despite what I just said, the time has come in Odisha where we now see a very rich and humming ecosystem of good academic institutions with strong research capability. Like your institution is here. We are a stone's throw from both KIT with its TBIT and Utkal University. We are, proximate to the IIT. We are proximate to All India Institute of Medical Science. We are proximate to NISER. We are proximate to XIM. We are proximate to so many, different institutions. What was missing was an anchor which will actually pull all of them together, and that's where OHUB got created. And one of the things that we expect OHUB to do is to make this a staging ground, make this a place where all these educational institutions will come and interact with each other. In the process, there'll be an interaction between students of these different institutions. There'll be interaction between the students and teachers, teachers, and the startup entrepreneurs here. That kind of possibility actually creates a lot of interesting new ground. And hopefully, in the future, we'll have the kind of power that IIT Chennai has been able to, IIT Madras has been able to generate, where it has become really a very rich ecosystem for startup companies. The Indian Institute of Science is becoming a place where different startups can come and do their experimentation. New startup ideas can come. So I see that possibility actually building up in Odisha. Back to your question, I think the educational institutions will do a great thing if teachers begin to take interest in OHUB and students begin to take interest in OHUB. And the educational institutions should actually invite in the startup entrepreneurs here to come and interact with the students, to examine what collaboratively, what kind of thing can be done. Okay? Make their resources available to the startup entrepreneurs. And I see that possibility clearly happening. I think we have been able to actually set the ball rolling on that one.
All right. Okay. I think we'll go with, since one of the, yeah, please, can we have the mic there? Yes. We'll take all the questions. Try to take all the questions.
As ma'am asked now, so I want to ask a question in Odia, with your permission.
Odisha re thia haichhanti, Odia कहया पे permission मागुचंती. कहंतु.
आजिकली समस्ते आइडिया ऊपर बेसी फोकस करछन्ती रादर देन एग्जीक्यूशन. तो केमिति मते एग्जीक्यूशन शिखे अछि सर आपन तो मेंटरशिप मिली परिबो. टे आपन टिके टाइम.
Mentoring is a very serious thing. आमे mentor शब्दटा को बहुत lightly नो. It is not to be taken lightly. ऊपर ठाउरिया है कि कौनसी के mentoring करी पारंती नहीं. Unfortunately, dita jinso. One is I don't have the time. Secondly, I'm part of the government. Okay, I have a full-time work in the government, and being a part of the government, I can't have conflict of interest. So I cannot have a relationship with one organization and not with the other organization. But it's a probity issue. Questions can be asked on that. So that is the reason that I will not be able to spend one-on-one time. And also it's very intense. It is सहज नुह जिनसटा. Mentorship गोटे माने आपण देखंतु आमे तो ओडिसा रे अछु तो एटा जनकोठु स्कल्पचर सिखिला भलिया जिनस बा जनकोठु पेंटिंग शिखला भाया जिनस बा जनकठू म्यूजिक शिखला भाया जिनस इट्स वेरी इंटेंस
ओके अच्छा गुड एबे टिके बैलेंस आमे एपटू टिके एपटू भी शिफ्ट करिवा ओके
अच्छा शुणन्तु मेंटर ऊपर गोटे आपको छोटो
आज्ञा।
आई टेल यू अ स्टोरी मेंटर शब्दटा आसला कोठू सो देयर वाज अ ग्रीक गॉड आई मीन सॉरी ग्रीक किंग हु वाज going on a long war and those are the days that you didn't know if a king went to war it could take years it could take decades and the king had a young prince who was small and the only child so he prayed and a goddess actually came as a half half human being half god avatar as a mentor. That word mentor actually is a Greek word, it came from there. To take care of the young prince until either the king returns or this prince becomes king. Because the idea is that a prince, okay, is a startup. Okay? Prince is a startup, right? Not yet risen to the, promise of the potential. And it's very valuable. So it requires nothing short of a half god to be able to protect. And the protecting has to happen over a long period of time, over an uncertain period of time. So आमे बहुत अति माने हल्का फुल्का भाबरे mentoring what taku know office रे भी so every manager is expected to be a mentor. It is very very difficult to be a good mentor. It takes a long time and it's very intense.
All right. Yes, sir. Se ame sepotu gote janaku daba city de diyantu.
Good morning, sir.
Apana tikke epotku pale asantu. Ame
can't
dekhi to pariba at
I
least
can't see
light
her.
yes light pachore rahi hojanti. Why don't you just come a little?
So, good morning, sir. Sir, I am Purvi Parimita Behera from CPET. Sir, my question is, if pandemic like this happen again, then what steps should be taken by the students related to their career?
मास्क पिंधिबे सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग मेंटेन करिवे बारंबार हाथ धोइबे
Sir, related to
निजे
their
वैक्सीन नेबे पाख पड़िसा को वैक्सीन दियाइबे
career. Sir, career related.
ऑनलाइन पाठ पढ़िवे मन देई पाठ पढ़िवे yeah that's what it is.
No, sir. Sir,
No?
like...
I like her persistence. I love it. Push back.
Yes, sir. Sir, related to like अभी जैसे कि हम लोग फाइनल ईयर स्टूडेंट है सो अगर ऐसा कुछ होता है इन फ्यूचर के ऐसा कुछ पैंडेमिक आते हैं तो हम लोग क्या स्टेप्स है लाइक रिलेटेड टू स्टार्टअप्स और रिलेटेड टू जॉब
Related to?
स्टार्टअप्स और जॉब मतलब कि कौन सा लाइन चूज करने से ज़्यादा सही रहेगा या फिर क्या करे
आपको क्या लगता है?
सर
आपको दिल से क्या लगता है?
सर अगर ऐसे मैं बताऊं तो आई थिंक स्टार्टअप इज अ गुड ऑप्शन क्योंकि वो हमको ज़्यादा सबसे पहली बात ये तो हम लोग अगर जो भी परेशानी होता है उसी को ही हम लोग रिजॉल्व करके अपना एक आइडिया इन्वेंट करते हैं जिससे को हम लोग एक स्टार्टअप का नाम देते हैं और फिर स्टार्टअप बना मतलब स्टार्टअप
आपको तो यहाँ बैठना चाहिए. You know, you are so good. You are so good. You know, you asked a very, very important question and you gave the answer yourself. So here's my take. Difficult times are the best times to start a startup. Okay? So more difficult the time, better it is to start a startup for a very simple reason. Everybody wants to do something new when, you know, the rainbow is appearing on the sky, butterflies are flying, flowers are dancing in the air, okay? If everything is so nice, then there'll be hundreds of people wanting to do it. But when life looks bleak, it looks like a desert, okay? And everywhere you find silence, difficult silence, very few people will say, this is a good time to start. So you eliminate competition to begin with, right? Very, very few people. And you know, the VC is also sitting on money. And he or she is answerable to their funds. Banks are sitting on money. Customers need providers. And suddenly there is a barrenness. And there you are standing. Okay? So if you can be a green shoot in a parched land, that's a sure sign of success. So more difficult the situation, you must say that this is the right season for starting something new. Not just for a business startup, but in life. Okay, thank you very much. Great question.
All right. So, Ame, we'll take one more question from this side and then we'll again go to that side. So, acha, take it.
By the way,
No, take a-
each person who's asked a question, please gift a book.
Ah, so the books come for everyone. Wonderful.
Good afternoon, sir. With your unparalleled leadership and innovative thinking, you have seen impeccable success during your entrepreneurship journey. I'd like to know from your own words that, if you could please share any notable mistake or failure that you have found, that you have faced during your business journey, and how you overcome that.
Well, I think the most important failure was in diluting so much, okay? Diluting equity. And I must tell people that don't dilute equity, you know. Try and, when you negotiate with a venture capitalist, you negotiate with your employees, don't throw equity. Okay? So when Mindtree was started, we set aside 16.67% of the equity of the company for employee stock option, right in the beginning, 16.67%. Okay? So until Mindtree was bought over by L&T, that 16.67% would have roughly been equal to probably about, at least about $500 million. Okay? Now, amazingly, very few people use that money to build anything significant. When Mindtree went public, most people went and bought expensive watches, went off to Singapore for a holiday, sold off their shares. So the question is that 16.67% could have been 8%. The amount of loyalty that we got from good people would have still been the same. So that 8% that was actually thrown away, right? Because we were not valuing the power of our own equity, could have been saved to ring fence ourselves for the future. So similarly, in your eagerness when you negotiate with a venture capitalist, okay, you may over dilute yourself. So if I had to start life all over again, I would try and hold on to my equity as much as possible. Okay? Don't give away equity so easily. I still meet a lot of successful entrepreneurs whose equity has gone down to single digits. In today's world, it will be very difficult for you to protect your business if your equity goes down to single digits. And if it does go down to single digits for whatever reason, you need to get your own exit as soon as possible and build your second company. Use this as capital for your second company. And in that second company, make sure that you don't over dilute.
Thank you very much, sir.
Well, thank you. So, ame ethor ko ebe alternate kariba. Kahinki epate pachala gote epate kardaba, alternate kardaba. To seidi ha, yes. Apan ta samne acha thik ache apan thiya hegelani pacharantu. Bahut jana achandi pachariya pe. Ha, some from the back as well. Yes, we'll go. Yes, we'll go to the back benches as well. Don't worry. You won't be ignored.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Sahil from Biju Patnaik Institute of Technology and Management.
By the way, don't call me sir. Huh? In the startup world, you must be comfortable calling me first name.
Okay, sir.
So call me Subhrata. Try it.
So half of the people have already started nodding their head here.
Sir, my question is, sir.
You've lost the mic? Mic, can we have another replacement, please? How would a mic miliju?
So startups must have soft arrogance, okay? And startups must be people who have a little bit of irreverence in them, okay? ଟିକେ ଯଦି irreverence ନ ରହିଲା ଆଉ ଟିକେ ଯଦି soft arrogance ନ ରହିଲା, then you can't be a startup, right? And in Bangalore, for example, nobody will call me sir or Mr. Bakshi or whatever it is. That's why Bangalore is what it is. So I think we need to actually have less respect for authority and less awe for people who we think are in positions of power. And anyway, startups are very precious, right? So you have already earned your colors by putting your stake on the ground. So you don't have to be, unnecessarily reverential. So with that, call me Subrata. Yeah.
Okay, Subroto.
Yeah, good.
Good job,
But look,
Sahil.
he's saying it very, very.
In a very,
Okay, go ahead. What's your question?
Sir, my question is for a young entrepreneur or a businessman, what is more important, ethics or making profit?
Both. And why do you think that it's an either or? Okay. If you are not ethical in today's world, you will actually not sustain. We are here to build sustainable businesses. Okay. We are here to build sustainable businesses where reputation is capital. There was a time when we used to think that capital is money. But in today's world, more and more, in today's cross-border world, flat world, open world, reputation is capital. You do business with reputation. You settle dues with reputation. I'll tell you couples. Many decades ago. Today, a child growing up in North America actually holds Shell responsible for it. Okay. But few years ago, BP had a similar situation where a ship on the coast of Florida actually discharged crude and it had significant damage. And there was a huge uproar and cry. People said, isn't the CEO of BP responsible? People said, why are you holding the CEO responsible? And BP is a good company. And sometimes wrong things happen, mistakes happen. Okay? Give them another chance. So one company has not been forgiven. And for another company, people said, accidents happen. So what is the difference? Difference is BP had more reputational capital. So BP was able to overcome that crisis because it had, had built this huge reputation. So when you are ethical, okay, it is not just about being a Mahatma. Your ethicality is building reputation, and someday things may go wrong, will go wrong. You build a company, you are very good and everything else, but then you appoint a very senior person and there's a sexual harassment charge tomorrow. One company will continuously have convulsive headline in newspapers because of that issue. And in another, people will say, this has happened, it's unfortunate, but the company is not entirely responsible. They will come to make sense and to persuade people to give the company another chance. So ethicality is not just about becoming a Mahatma. Ethicality is a process, consistent process through which you build reputational capital. Companies need reputational capital. Another example I'll give you is in 1990s, Wipro, under the leadership of Azim Premji, was trying to negotiate a joint venture, and I was part of the joint venture negotiation team with General Electric. 1990 was the year. And G was at that time one of the top 50 Fortune 500 companies. And Wipro was, globally was not a well-known company. G was looking for a joint venture partner in India, and they had spent years looking for, zeroing in on who should be that joint venture partner. And Wipro was not the chosen one. There's another company, I'm not going to tell you the name of the company, which was the chosen one. Now, very interestingly, the matter went to Jack Welch, who was the chairman of G at that point in time. And the people who presented the options and asked him to endorse the decision basically said that Wipro doesn't have strong marketing capability. Wipro's salespeople are not aggressive enough. And the other company was known for its aggression. Let their sales and marketing people loose, and they will go and they will snatch a piece of meat from the mouth of the lion. That was their reputation. And when all things were considered, Jack Welch actually settled for Wipro because of Wipro's stellar reputation for integrity. Because G wanted to bring in G medical systems. And the medical systems business is often a very corrupt business because of the nexus between pharmaceutical companies, equipment companies, hospitals, doctors. So G wanted a company that will not compromise the ethicality. And even as Wipro was considered to be less competent from a sales and marketing point of view, because of Azim Premji's own reputation and the reputation of Wipro, that Wipro will never, ever bribe anybody. They will lose business but not pay a bribe. The G joint venture came to them. And even today, after decades, that joint venture exists. So, Premji will tell you that it makes business sense to be ethical. So how much of actual value, economic value got created? Because he stood his ground. So ethicality and profits are not either or, as many people think in India. And the time is over. People, and I'm very glad that today's generation is raising these kinds of questions. If you want to build a memorable company, you have to pay your taxes right. And ethicality begins by paying your taxes right. Thank you. Great question.
All right. Okay, we'll go to one of the backbenchers now. Yeah, and from this side, he's already standing, literally.
First of all, I would like to thank Startup Odisha for giving me this opportunity. Sir, my question would be, first I have two questions.
No,
Sir,
but you haven't introduced yourself.
My name is Somendra. I am from Trident pursuing my BTech in branch CSAIML. Sir, my first question would be, what are the three things you like to do if you start the entire journey in 2023? And my second question would be, in the startup, there are situations like things are getting out of hands. So what would be the tips to the fellow before taking the decisions? Either, like there are some stages, either you have to put your money or shut down the shop. So what would be the tips?
So you choose between the two questions. Yes. You can only ask one question. And that question must have 8 words or less.
Sir,
Twitter world, what does Twitter teach us? To paraphrase. Okay?
Sir, second one.
So what is the question
Sir,
in 8 words or less? Acha, bhabantu pore pache.
Sir, what is your tips to the fellow? Either you have to put money or that shut the shop.
Bujhilini, Odia re kontu.
सर एमती आम के सिचुएसन आसे स्टार्टअप रे जे तुमको किसी सब जितक एंटायर आप जमी आप कहले आपन को सेठी दबाक पड़ो ना सबटा सब क्लोज करिया पड़ो तो आपनकर कौन टिप्स रहबो से लोकटा से को डिसीजन नबो तो से
मोटे बही लिखिची कॉल्ड द हाई परफॉर्मेंस एंटरप्रेन्योर हला Amazon रे मिलुची ओके ताको किणी के पढंतु दैट्स द कैपिटलिस्ट इन मी आई एम सॉरी But you will get that book free anyway. So.
Done. Airport side pura last jane hath utishundi. Pura ekdam last. Yes, we'll go to the.
Hello, Shubhrat ji. My name is.
Cut that G, huh? That's for politicians. So what should you call me?
Pardon, sir.
What should you call me?
Subrat.
Oh,
sir.
good. You have to shed the old habits like the monkey shed its tail so that the monkey became a man. Okay? Se langudo taku kattiyako padibo. A G, sir, emti कहले किछि हबनी. Valuation and that will not go together. Bangalore जदि जिबे को venture capitalist को angel को sir, G एमती कहबे ताले से आउ मो को नेबनी. So I have to have that confidence. हाँ, कौन तो इथरो?
Yes. Like we have recently got a funding from US-based venture capitalist.
You have?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Congratulations.
So you haven't introduced yourself.
Yeah, I am Siddharth Kumar, and my startup is incubated in Century University. And we recently got a funding from VCs, before, like within 6 months, like before 6 months. The thing is that like our mindset is different, and what they are telling like to do right now to us, like it's totally different. On like they have given the fund to us, but like they are telling to go like तुम लोग ऐसे जाओ, मतलब ये रास्ता नहीं रहेगा. Like what to choose? Like can we choose their experience? Like we early like in this field, so we don't have any experience to like what to gain compete in the market.
Okay, he's lost the. So basically, whether they should follow their heart or follow the advice of.
But how did you actually take somebody's money without sorting out these issues beforehand? These are issues that you need to sort out beforehand. First and foremost, I don't know what the terms are, so I can't give you a business advice here. That will not be fair without me knowing in depth. But when you choose an investor, look at compatibility very carefully. Okay? In life, when you make a choice, you also choose the consequences. Choice of who you are taking your money from is going to haunt you for next few decades. So just because somebody is offering you money and you jump in, then you will be processing these kinds of questions later.
So it's a.
Hear me out. Second is be very careful of the color of money. Okay? Money has many colors. So sometimes a certain color is easy to get, and then if you pick up that money of that certain color, it will again come back to you with consequences. How you will deal with your investor depends on many things. Number one, it depends on how mature is that investor, okay? Or did you fall in love in the first date and did you made a commitment to marry on your first date? Then you'll be in deep trouble, okay? So what due diligence you made, what due diligence they made, and what kind of values that you actually probed when you were doing the deal, okay? What kind of commitment you made to them, what kind of exit on which both of you pre-agreed, all those factors will come in. But however much due diligence you do, building a startup, taking it to the next level is a matter of time. You know, it sometimes can take 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. So in that period, there is bound to be pressure. Okay? Whoever has given you real money will demand accountability. But does that pressure mean that you will give up all the things that you stood for, all the things that were core to your own belief system? The answer is no. But sometimes you can't take a adversarial relationship, adversarial stand with your investor. So you need to deeply listen to them and understand where they are coming from. And they have to listen. And if there is going to be a divergence, then one of the two of you will have to get out. Then it's a different set of negotiation. But what I'm trying to tell you is you must choose your investors carefully. And you must choose the color of money very carefully. Know that every choice comes with consequences.
All right, so ma बहुत प्रश्न अच्छी और बहुत जन मत खाली हसी हसी देखु छन
How are we doing on time?
So we are right now at it's 1 o'clock, 1:08 exactly. If
And we're going on till what time, Dr. I?
1:30 ଯାଇକି ଅଛି sir समय अच्छा ଆମେ students ମାନଙ୍କୁ ଟିକେ preference ଆगे ଦବା young student innovators अच्छा ନିଅନ୍ତୁ ହଉ ପଚାରି ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ
I need the last 10 minutes so I can leave behind a few thoughts.
sure
हेलो जय जगन्नाथ सुब्रत मैं पार्टनर वर्ष सुब्रत तो सर कहबार अर्थ हूँ आपन को वर्ष है फॉलो करी फिजिकल केम देखा करी बोली एक्चुअली आई एम ए फाउंडर ऑफ पढ़ो एकेडमी आई एम टीचिंग स्टूडेंट्स कम्युनिकेशन स्किल बेसिकली इन रूरल एरियाज इंग्लिश मीडियम स्टूडेंट इंग्लिश मीडियम स्कूल पढ़ाई लोक बहुत पैसा खर्च कर बट गोटे गरीब पिला को विदिन 1 year मुझे इंग्लिश कहीपरुचे और गोटे इंग्लिश मीडियम स्टूडेंट सहित कैपेबल करुँची मोर विजन इट इज माय सेकंड स्टार्टअप पैंडेमिक पूर्व ट्रैवल सेक्टर में काम करी पैंडेमिक
So what's your question?
My question is, sir, two questions. Question is
One question.
Please.
8 words or less.
Okay. Is Subrat Bagchi accessible to rural talents?
Is Subrat Bagchi's what?
Access to rural talents. कहीं की सर यहाँ पर कोटे कहानी है
No. Huh?
is Subrata Bagchi accessible to rural talents
Very difficult question to answer actually. What do you mean by that?
सर एक्चुअली जिते मुझे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन करी मोर गोटे विजन था रूरल टैलेंट्स मानक ये प्रकार स्टेज को आने इट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट स्टैक्स तो पिला मानक मु कौन करे ऑनलाइन पढ़ाए तापर ब्लॉक लेवल इवेंट करे तापर गोटे
करंतु करी चलंतु
तापर सर आपन को कांटेक्ट पाए पे पिनेक संग से तो जोगाजोग करथिली
So what's the question?
My question is, sir, I committed to those आपन को तो एंटरप्रेन्योर जानी बिजनेस जे कर आईटी रे जानी किंतु आपन भी जानी नथिबे गाँ गलीर साधारण लोक भी आपन को जानी तेणु गोटे प्रोमिस करथिली मु सर को गोटे फ्यूचर कनक्लेव करबी जोटे गाँ गली पिला मान को मु सुब्रत सर आसी किछ कहिबे एवं जेतेबेले गाँ गली पिला सार सहित सेल्फी उठेबा दैट विल बी गुड विजन फॉर देम इट इज माय विजन सेति पई सर जेतबेले काली जानिली ट्विटर रो जे सर आपन आछंती स्पेसिफिक आपन पई आस्थिले कारण आपन को देखा करबा पई केते ट्रिक भी यूज करछि
Thank you so much. Thank you Basant. Thank you.
ठीक अछि सो आमे अच्छा वील आमे अच्छा सीए तांको दे दियंतु सेपट दबा तापर आमे जे पाखु आसीबा आमे वी हैव एक्जेक्टली अनदर 9 minutes to take questions तापरे सर कहिचंती सीए लास्ट 10 minutes he would want to share some thoughts.
Good afternoon,
Yes.
Subrata. Nice
I
to meet
love
you.
the change of complete transformation. Very nice.
Sir, I have one
Puni
question.
sir kahin ki puni aarambh kale puni
Sorry, sir. Sorry,
you
Subrata.
take one step and then you take 3 steps back.
Sorry, it's my fault. I'm Abhijit Rath from VSSUT Borla. And my question is, I have a startup based, service-based startup. And the issue is that while raising funds, people nowadays are looking for a product-based company. And you also made a big company in a service-based sector. So while raising funds, what is the mindset of the venture capitalists and what you pitch so that that become a very different
Actually, it's not true that people are looking for product-based companies or service-based companies. Mu apnu gote katha koi diye je that distinction is an artificial distinction. Companies of the future and companies which are truly valuable, they are a mix of both. So, great companies, great product companies have a service wrapper around them, and great service companies must quickly productize. Okay? So it's not an either or kind of a thing. So the question is Cisco a service company or product company? Is Microsoft a product company or a service company? Is Sony a product company or a service company? गोटे समय थिला जे सोनी को लोक केवल टेलीविजन बोली भाबुतले हैला आज केबीसी पछरे को कंपनी
Sony.
Right? So, eju jinsota, it's not correct. There's no such distinction. It's a good idea to continuously think of yourself as a service company that can productize its services. Yes. Okay? Or if you're a product company, then unless you are bringing in the service element, you'll not be able to do the last mile, and you cannot own the customer, the real customer, the paying customer.
So one more, just
No,
just
I'm
to
s-
end it.
No, no,
Mindful.
So,
I'm sorry.
Diksha,
Yeah.
ma'am here
Yes, I'm sorry.
from
We'll have
National
to-
Law School has been waiting to
हाँ,
ask a question for a
पचाइबा.
long time.
Yes, thank you.
I would address you as sir for the respect you have earned, and I haven't started a startup yet, and possibly in future. But yeah, the question is like, what's the vision behind when you talk about skill development? So, and what are your action plans as the chairman of the Skill Development Authority? And where do you see that should be the focal point of skill development? Because should it start from at a school level because NEP is coming in? And or when it comes to educational institutes, like we have changed over the time when we are not just teaching theories, but we are teaching more of implementation.
I got it,
Yeah,
ma'am. I got it. So, since you talk about NEP, I think NEP is an excellent framework. In my entire life, I have, seldom read a government document which is as good as the NEP document, which is written by Dr. Kasturi Rangan. It's a brilliant document. I think it'll take us a few decades to implement that. And there isn't a sentence in that document that I don't agree with. So NEP is talking about, bridging the gap between the, traditional understanding of education and the importance of skills at every level, starting from kindergarten all the way to postdoctoral studies. So it's very, very critical. To your question, however, as to what is my charter, the Charter of Odisha Skill Development Authority is to train 1.5 million youth by 2024, of which for basically creating employable skills. So we look at employable skills. And we focus largely on two groups. One group of students who will go to an ITI or a polytechnic. To us, the buck stops there. Skill is a very loose word. It can apply to from, as Dr. Achyuta Samanta is fond of saying, KG to PG. But I do not focus on the PG. So the top that I go to is the ITI or polytechnic kid. And of the 1.5 million, 20% of the target group will go to an ITI or a polytechnic. 80% would be 5th, 8th or 10th class fail or drop out, who either for an intellectual reason or economic compulsion will not go back to the education stream. So these are kids who will become a security guard, kids who will become a janitor, who will become a sewing machine operator, kid who will become a domestic electrician, kid will actually drive an Ola car, okay? So my universe of skill development is basically for creating employable skills for kids who will not go to higher education and, kids who are not going to actually go to a national law school or go study BSc, BA, BCom or, MBA or whatever it is. So there is a lot of talk about, upskilling and reskilling in higher education, but that's not part of my charter.
All right. Ame ditinda hi prashna epare si jio jane kainki sir muluru koithile we have to yes. But more edi ke bandhu bandhu nahanti crowd re so mate pore ke ragiveni please. I have not done any partiality.
A very good afternoon, sir. I am Amisha Mohanty from VSS.
Very good afternoon. What?
Subrata.
Yeah.
My name is Amisha Mohanty and I am from VSS UT Burla. Basically, my question is how will change the mindset of the parents? Like our parents has a mindset for opting government services.
Yeah. Big problem.
Yes, sir. That's a very big problem for us. Like we want to do some startup or something, but they are becoming a barren for us.
Yeah. I agree with you.
Like how government will take the initiative?
Who will take the initiative?
Government. Sir, like some.
ମୁଁ ଶାଶ୍ୱତ ସାର୍ଙ୍କୁ କହୁଥିଲି ଜଷ୍ଟ ଆସିବା ଆଗରୁ ଯେ ମୁଁ ସବୁବେଳେ କହେ less you love the government, more the government will love you.
Yeah.
Okay.
this.
Less you love the government, more the government will love you. So it's not government's job. If you cannot change bow, Okay? You can't change the world. Right? Bow is the best customer. And Bow hochi ultimate venture capitalist. Bow jodi taro ontiru kadikiri, okay, di paisa dala, that means you can go and pitch to Sequoia Capital. So, Bow au nonna, ba bappa au ma, kaiki diya haichanti. Itme diya haichanti ki apon tanka sangare dhokka lagibe. Okay? Every generation must fight the previous generation. There must be a constructive push and pull between the two generations. Not easy. ମୁଁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ମୁଁ 1975-76 କଥା କହୁଛି ଯେତେବେଳେ ପାସ୍ କଲି ଏଠି ବିଜେପି କଲେଜରୁ ସେତେବେଳେ ମୋ ଏଣ୍ଟାୟାର ବ୍ୟାଚ୍ରେ ଦି ଜଣ ଆମେ we ended up being an entrepreneur. Okay? And ମୁଁ ତ ବାହାରେ ରହିଲି ମୋ ଆର entrepreneur ସାଙ୍ଗଟି ତାକୁ 35 ବର୍ଷ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ କେହି ଝିଅ ଦେଲେନି. So biggest problem became to get, at the age of 24, 25, 26, 28, startup, etc. is all very good. But you want a boyfriend, you want a girlfriend. That's very critical, very important. ଝିଅ ଯଦି ଦେବେନି, okay, ତାହେଲେ ତ ଗଲା, ଲାଇଫ୍ ବର୍ବାଦ ହେଇଗଲା. ଆମ ବେଳେ କ'ଣ ହଉଥିଲା, ଶାଶ୍ୱତ ସାରଙ୍କ ପରି IAS ଯଦି ହେଇଗଲା ତାହେଲେ ତ no problem, absolutely. ନହେଲା ନାହିଁ ଠିକ୍ ଅଛି OS ଦେଲେ ବ୍ୟାଙ୍କର ପ୍ରୋବେସନର ଅଫିସର ହେଲେ ସବୁ କିଛି ଯଦି ନ ହେଇପାରିଲା ତାହେଲେ ଓକିଲ ହେଇଗଲେ ତା ବି ହେଲାନି ତାହେଲେ ହୋମିଓପାଥିକ ଡାକ୍ତର ହେଲେ ତା ବି ହେଲାନି ତାହେଲେ ଯାଇକି ଆପଣ ବ୍ୟବସାୟ ଆରମ୍ଭ କଲେ ଆଉ ବ୍ୟବସାୟ ଇଜ୍ ଇକ୍ୱାଲ୍ ଟୁ ଖରାପ ଲୋକ ଓକେ ଆଉ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ବି ଟଙ୍କା କରୁଛି ମାନେ ଭେରି ଭେରି ପ୍ରୋବ୍ଲେମାଟିକ୍ ଥିଙ୍ଗ ତେଣୁ ଝିଅ ଦେବେନି तापरे झील क्या दिया हुए जहाँ आगे गोटे पूरा कैरियर मैप वर्ष को वर्ष इंक्रीमेंट केते आसीबो पेंशन अच्छी कि ना सो दैट प्रॉब्लम वाज देयर किंतु आज मते लागुनी दैट प्रॉब्लम इज देयर बट जदियो अच्छी यू हैव टू गो एंड फाइट दैट स्टीरियोटाइप एंड इफ यू कैन एक्चुअली नेगोशिएट विथ बापा एंड मा नोना एंड बो कैन गारंटी टू यू यू आर ऑल सेट अप फॉर सक्सेस.
Wonderful. So, Ame, last question about because of the time. So, sir, mu apnu ku Bakshi sir, mu apnu ku question hela ki.
I just want to add something to her. Kintu more seriously, apun jota kahile gote बहुत important jinso I want to reflect on. जे सामाजिक स्वीकृति मिलिया दरकार. आमर ओडिशा रे जो माने स्टार्टअप करिवे व्यवसाय को ओल्हेबे तांकु सामाजिक स्वीकृति मिलिवा दरकार. जोटा ट्रेडिशनली आमे देना हूँ जो आज वी आर इन द सिचुएशन वेयर द स्टेट हैज टू स्ट्रगल विद द नंबर ऑफ स्मॉल एंड मीडियम एंटरप्राइजेस सो सामाजिक स्वीकृति दबा दरकार ताहले नुआ युवपीढ़ी से माने कहिबे जे as a startup I'll get the same respect as a probationary government official or a bank official or whoever it is. तो सेति के समाज रो भी आवश्यकता रही समाज को स्वीकृति देवाक पड़ो धरतु गोटे सिंपल जिनस व्हाई इज कर्नाटक व्हाट इट इज द नंबर ऑफ पद्मा अवार्ड्स दैट कर्नाटक's business people have got okay is significant. That's not the case in our state yet, and I hope in the years to come that will change. So if you look at Azim Premji, he's a Padma awardee. If you look at Nandan Nilekani, Chris Gopal Krishnan, Narayan Murthy, they are Padma awardees. Kiran Majumdar Shaw is a Padma awardee. Okay? There are dozens and dozens of people that the Karnataka government has pushed forward. It's not a bad thing to be in business and to be actually seen as a legitimate claimant to a national honor, which the state thinks it must make its way for. And then in Karnataka, for example, there is the Karnataka Rajyotsava Award. Every year business people get it. It gives a very strong signal that business people are also agents of change and they are people who are helping to build a nation. So, सेई जो स्वीकृतिटा सेटा समय निश्चय आसुची आसीबो जे जो थ्रे आमर ओडिया पुओ झियो माने मध्य सेई स्वीकृतिटा को पाइबे and then it will be a very different story.
So last question abba, but mu apanku kochi apanku pacharuchi apan bachi debe please kiye last abo.
Actually, I
out
think
of the hands. That's my question to you. Can you please choose the last question from the number of mu nawa pe chawni resta.
Okay, so I don't want to be unpopular. You be unpopular.
No, not fair. So acha mate at least koi diyon to student ko daba na ko jana achandi separate jane. भारी अस्मिता सर आपण एमती सेशन रखिबे घंटाटे रहले सर हबनी इट हैज टू बी आई मीन गोटे दिन डेडिकेट करिया को पड़िबो फॉर अ सेशन
मु तो कहि नथली घंटाटे आपण माने कहतले घंटाटे
ओके सो randomly sir please help करंतु मते भी ठीक सहाय्य करंतु too many hands for a last question.
Okay, so we go to the last row, last hand there. Okay, very last row. Yeah, go ahead. So I'll tell you what, I will give up my time, and that's fine. I don't want to disappoint people. So we'll keep continuing till 1:30, and we'll only take questions.
Okay, we'll take a couple of more questions then. Sure.
Good afternoon, sir. First,
Good afternoon, God.
good, sir.
Sir, no, sir, no, sir.
Good afternoon, Subrato.
Very nice.
First of all, my question is all about how you deal with the people which don't value your work while you are working and you are facing a lot of problem back to back, and how to deal with the world out of thinking your work itself and also dealing with the people.
Very nice question. So, आपण निज जीवन को गोटे छुरी बोली भावंतु, ओके? आउ छुरीटा को जदि आमे शाणित करिया को चेष्टा करिबा, we want to, sharpen the knife. You can't do it against butter, okay? You have to do it against a rock. So, when you are surrounded by people who are not valuing you, you are actually seeing a rock, right? And if you can rub yourself against these people, sometimes it hurts, but eventually you will come out sharper. It's not the job of the world to value you. It is your job to present yourself as valuable. For that, first and foremost, you have to deep inside of you believe that you are somebody valuable. But always keep in mind, since we are talking about startups here, okay, when do you become truly valuable? You become truly valuable when you are of use to somebody else. When you are of use to somebody else, okay, in this case, a customer, a paying customer, that is when you become truly valuable. So focus on the paying customer who will really treasure the relationship with you, and everybody will fall in line. Matter of time, sometimes it will take time, but persistence is a very important element of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is not about smart people. Entrepreneurship is about people who will hang in and stay with the problem longer in a smart way. So, coming back to your question, don't get disheartened because people are not valuing you. In the beginning, nobody values you. ମୁଁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ମୋର ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଛାଡ଼ିଲି 1976 ରେ DCM କୁ ଯାଇଥିଲି to work as a management trainee. And at that age you want to be angry young man, so I was also angry young man. And ମୋର conflict ହେଇଥିଲା with a subordinate. I was 22, the subordinate was 44, and he was, in a brazen way, openly, he was undermining my authority. And, he had a very strong trade union connection. And so people are watching. Okay, so here's a 22-year-old, he'll get trampled. What is the reaction going to be? A time came when it really hit me, and I said, this far and no further. So I went to my boss and said, you have 24 hours. You need to get this man transferred out, otherwise I'm quitting. So 24 hours happened, and the man was there. So what do? I put in my papers. Okay. My boss's boss's boss called me and said to me, sit down. He said, why are you doing this? So I said that, this is rank disobedience and my boss is not supporting me. Okay. So I don't want to work here. So this gentleman told me, sometimes in life, you have a situation where you're like a small seed, monji, which has fallen under a big rock. Okay? And a little bit of water moisture comes in and the two leaves come out. Okay? So when you are in that situation and you're just two leaves and you are sitting under a huge boulder, right? Who has got the upper hand? Who has got the bigger power in that moment? It's not the tiny two leaves, right? It's the rock. So what does this little plant do? It doesn't try to crack through the rock. It gently comes under the rock and then starts growing. And 10 and 15 years, 20 years from then, vis-a-vis the tree that has come up, what is the position of the rock? The rock is at the feet of the tree. So a time will come when those people who are not valuing you will be at your feet, right? But for that, you need to have persistence. Don't give up because a rock is sitting on you. The whole purpose of putting that rock on top of you is to see, are you really worth your name? So don't lose heart.
All right, we'll take a couple of more questions. Yes, sir, epodu konoru jane se gote side ru se bahut setodu kahileni. Pacharantu.
Sir, kontu.
Se sei side e roi echanti puni.
You look like somebody who should be given the answer, not asking the question.
ମୁଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ସାର୍ ରେସ୍ପେକ୍ଟେଡ୍ ସାର୍ କହିବି ଆମ ଓଡ଼ିଆ କଲଚରରେ ଆମେ ଜାଣିଛୁ ସାର୍
See, culture is very important. Listen, this is very important. Actually go bada prashna te pachar sarleni already. See, culture is very important, but culture cannot become a bedi in your godo. Okay? Kette din au culture ko dhari ki rakhiba. A great nation will be built where we are rooted in history but invested in the future. Okay? Please go ahead.
Sir, ମୋର ex organization ରେ L&T ରେ I used to call chairman AM Naik as AMN, but sir ଆଜି ଆପଣ କହିପାରିବୁନି because ଆମେ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଗୁରୁ ବୋଲି ଭାବୁଛୁ ଭାବୁନୁ ଏଟା
Okay, so what's the question?
Sir, question ହେଉଛି sir 5 ବର୍ଷ ଆଗରୁ ଆପଣ ଆମର ସ୍କିଲ୍ ଡେଭଲପମେଣ୍ଟ ରେ ଗୋଟେ କହିଥିଲେ ଗୋଟିଏ ଗୋଲ୍ଡ ଦୁଇଟି ସିଲଭର ତିନୋଟି ବ୍ରୋଞ୍ଜ and sir transformation ହେଇଯାଇଥିଲା ଆମ ଏଣ୍ଟାର ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ and we have did that also. So with a lot of expectation, there is a question. We are having so many technical institutions and universities are operating in the state of Odisha under higher education and technical education. So there is a broader aspect hochi board of studies. Board of studies of various universities, they decide the course curricula. And our jo course curricula sir achi, if you talk about Biju Patnaik University of Technology or any government universities, vis-a-vis KIT, SOA, CBR, GU or any other. Sir, our board of studies re jodio statute and act re lekha hai every 1.5 year, 2 years we will change the board of studies and we change the course curricula. Then generally we don't do. ଆପଣ ଗୋଟେ ସାର୍ ବହୁତ ଏକ୍ସପେକ୍ଟେସନ୍ ଅଛି ଏଇଥିପାଇଁ ଯେ ଆପଣ ଚାହିଁଲେ ବହୁତ କିଛି କରିପାରୁଛନ୍ତି ଯେମିତି ଯେକୌଣସି ଜିନିଷରେ ହାତ ଲଗେଇଲେ ସୁନା ହେଇଯାଉଛି ସେଇ ଏକ୍ସପେକ୍ଟେସନ୍ ସହିତ ଏ କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚିନ୍ଟା ହେଉଛି ସାର୍ ଆମର ଏକାଡେମିକ୍ କାଉନସିଲ୍ ମିଟିଂରେ ଜେନେରାଲି ୱି ଅଲ୍ ଦ ପ୍ରିନ୍ସିପାଲ୍ ସିଟ୍ ଟୁଗେଦର ଇନ୍ ଫ୍ରଣ୍ଟ ଅଫ୍ ଭାଇସ୍ ଚାନ୍ସେଲର and of course register, and we when we discuss to change the board of studies course curricula of management education and technical education, and we try to inculcate those new things which basically students needs to know, basically doesn't happen, and 5 ବର୍ଷ ହେଲା ଗୋଟେ ଗୋଟେ ୟୁନିଭର୍ସିଟିର ସାର୍ କୋର୍ସ କରିକୁଲମ୍ ଚେଞ୍ଜ ହେଇପାରୁ ନାହିଁ ତେଣୁ how do we really expect to give the best kind of education to the students of Odisha, those who are coming under various government, state and technical universities? Sir, more gotiye request, can we propose your name statutory ଅଛି, industry of eminence also can be a part of such board of studies. Sir, ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଆମେ ପାଇପାରିବୁନି, but can we suggest that ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଏତେ ବଡ଼ ହାଇଟ୍ର ଲୋକ ଅଛନ୍ତି, instead of getting such people, can we get these people into our board of studies so that timely we can change and we can bring really the changes in our technocrats and the management students so that they will be contributing to the state of Odisha in different ways. Sir, good.
Thank you. I don't know if I have an answer to that question, but thank you for all the nice things you said.
Okay, ଆମେ
ନା
ଆଜ୍ଞା ନାଇଁ ନାଇଁ ଆମେ sir ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ନେଇଯିବା ନା ଯାହା କହିବେ ଆପଣ
ଏତେ serious ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ପଚାରୁଛନ୍ତି. Nobody is asking me anything which will make me smile. Nobody is asking me.
How do you look so young even now, sir? All right, we'll take one last question. Last ରୁ ଆମେ ନେଇଥିଲେ ଏବେ ସେପଟୁ ସେ ଆଚ୍ଛା ସେ ଠିଆ ବି ହେଇଗଲାଣି ସେ କ'ଣ କରିବି ସେପଟୁ ବି ଠିଆ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି ଏପଟୁ ବି ଠିଆ ହେଇଗଲେ ସିଏ ବି ଠିଆ ହେଇଗଲାଣି ସେ ସବୁ ଠିଆ ହେଇଗଲାଣି ଏବେ startup and walk quietly ମାନେ stand up sir ସମସ୍ତେ ଏବେ everybody wants to
Hello Subrat ମୋ ନାଁ ଶାଶ୍ୱତ ଆପଣ ଯେମିତି କହିଲେ କି
ଆପଣଙ୍କ ନାଁ କେମିତି ଶାଶ୍ୱତ ତ ଏଠି ସାମ୍ନାରେ ବସିଛନ୍ତି
ସରି ମୋ ନାଁ ଶାଶ୍ୱତ ତୁଳ ସାର୍ ଓକେ ଆପଣ ଯେଉଁ କହିଲେ ଇକ୍ୱିଟିକୁ ଲିକ୍ୱିଡେଟ୍ କରିବାରନି
ବହୁତ କମେଇ ଦେଇଥିବେ
ହଁ ସାର୍ वन सिंगल डिजिट ହେଇଯାଇଥିବ ମାନେ ବଟ୍ ଏବେ କ'ଣ ହେଇଛି ମାଇଣ୍ଡଟ୍ରିକୁ LTI ଆକ୍ୱାୟାର କରିଦେଇଛି ତ କିଛି ଆପଣ ଫ୍ୟୁଚର ପ୍ଲାନିଂ ଅଛି ନୂଆ କିଛି ଭେଞ୍ଚର ଖୋଲିବା ପାଇଁ
No, I don't have any future plans in terms of building anything for profit. Taro karan hochi je first of all I work for the government, so I can't have conflict of interest jota mu agru kohutili. So either I leave the government or within this I have to make sure that I don't have conflict of interest. Ditya jinsa hala je my life's goal right now is to be able to give back whatever assets that over a lifetime one has been able to generate, and see how that money can have a wider purpose beyond business, so that I can travel light into the future. So I'm not planning to start a company.
Thank you, sir.
धन्यवाद. I think sir हम प्रश्न आउ nebani हमें
Thank you very much. She's telling me to shut up.
No, no.
Both kotha
No,
kochunde
nahi, 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 bilkul nahi sir. But last few words from you before we close the session.
No, I want to tell you that I'm very grateful, and I want to thank the government of Odisha, the MSME department. With Dr. Omkar Rai here, I think that we will have a lot of good things happen. We are in constant communication with each other. I think Odisha's time has come. Gote laguchi je gote golden nexus is now in place. OHUB, I believe, will actually become the platform on which the future will arrive, future will land here. It's very important that all of you keep the faith and stay committed to the journey of creating enterprises. Both din tole I am Raju jane director thile Dr. KRS Murthy was one of the most respected people in the Indian academic world. AICT ro chairman thile Gandhian sobale khadar pinthile se thare gote group of young R&D engineers man ku pacharle mu set thili कहले can you name last five Japanese prime ministers? And there was silence. If I were to ask that question to you, most educated people on the planet, ଆପଣ ମାନେ ମଧ୍ୟ କହିପାରିବେନି. So then he said quickly, I didn't expect you to also name the last five Japanese prime ministers. But if you ask a child on the street, name 5 Japanese companies, okay? Right now, I'm sure already in your mind you already know the name. So even a child on the street will be able to tell 5 Japanese companies. So he said that the point is very simple. A great nation is built when you build great institutions, great business institutions. So Japanese companies like Sony, like Hitachi, like Honda, are not just for-profit companies, they're great institutions. Japan is Japan because of the Mitsubishis, the Sonys, the Hondas, and it's not because of the prime ministers who have come and gone. So we need to understand that when we are trying to build startups here, when we are building memorable companies that today's startups will be tomorrow, we're actually pushing India into true global leadership. So keep the faith, stay on the journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Could I request the executive chairman of Startup Odisha to please come here on dais and take this opportunity to felicitate Shri Subrata Bagchi and also present a memento to him. Sir. I'll request as a group photo. Yeah. Yes, the investors' head start, right? Absolutely. So they're here for a. Also, those who ask questions, you could come here and someone from the Startup Odisha team will help you get the books.
Thank you very much.
I think we're already ready to come back.
Yeah, let's be very sure that everyone stands. Those who ask
We heard all the wonderful things that you said about it, but I think we're ready to experience Odisha now.
No, those who have not asked questions are not allowed. The books. Yes. I told you none of my relatives are here in the crowd. For the rest who are missing out, don't worry. Like Bakshi ji has already said, everything is available on Amazon. You can always buy the books and read.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. We have some more announcements, so I'll just, request everyone to just hear this out as Shri Bakshi ji. Thank you once again, sir, for your time. Would just like to announce that there's a change in venue for the masterclass in legal and IP compliance from conference hall to auditorium in the second floor. We would also need some registrations for the quiz. The registrations are going on in the ground floor, and the ultimate startup quiz is going to be held from 3:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. Of course, we will have a quick lunch break now, which will take place at the ground floor, after which there is a experience sharing by startups here, and that would now start at 2:30. So I request everybody to be here for the experience sharing session by 2:30 p.m. It's a very interesting session which will be followed by roundtable discussion with incubators, masterclass on legal and IP compliances, which has now moved to the auditorium. The hackathon participants will go to the third floor. We have the startup quiz happening as well. Registrations going on the ground floor. There'll be a panel discussion with investors and also the pitching session for top startups. So that's the announcement. As we mentioned, the lunch will be in the ground floor, but everybody is expected to be back here by 2:30 p.m. latest for the experience sharing session. Thank you so much. जानने की सुन ले कि नहीं एक्स्ट्रा एजेंडा अरे बाप रे No, no.
I'm not discounting that in any way.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hi, Ishita.
Hi, Diksha.
Are you part of?
No, I'm not a part of it. I'm a freelancer, but I do work very closely with Startup Odisha since a long time. So,
We would love to spend some time with you over there.
If students can hear me, those who are outside or even downstairs, if my voice goes there, that is, could I request everyone to please settle down because we will be starting the session right now. And those who are already there, can I ask everyone to come a little closer and come forward so that as and when more students join in, they can take the seats behind. So ଯୋମାନେ ସବୁ ସ୍କାଟର ହେଇକି ବସିଛନ୍ତି ଆପଣମାନେ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ରିକ୍ୱେଷ୍ଟ କରିବି ଆପଣମାନେ ସାମ୍ନାକୁ ପଳେଇ ଆସନ୍ତୁ ଆଗ ସିଟ୍ସ କରା ନେଇ ଯାଆନ୍ତୁ ଏବଂ ବାକି ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟସ୍ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆସିବେ ବାକି ପାର୍ଟିସିପେଣ୍ଟସ୍ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆସିବେ ସେମାନେ ପଛରେ ବସିପାରିବେ stretch कर दिया quietly and stay beyond it it's not possible चल करो दीटा दिजन को मु कर देबी इंट्रोड्यूस जमान दिजन अछंती because थर्ड जन का नाहंती ना ताको विषय रे टू इंट्रोड्यूस I introduce two and मु आके so I'm going to speak about them first तापरे मु तांको डाकिबी काहे मु एका सहित दिजन को प्रोफाइल पढी दउची तापर तांको डाकिबी तापर फेलिसिटेशन तापर I'll hand it over to them then I leave okay all right so we are just about to start because we are getting to begin because we have a schedule that we'll have to follow and there are other sessions as well and we need to stick to the time so of course as and when students can join nothing like it but this is like I said a very very important session because we have startup founders here with us to share their stories and I'm sure by the end of this session there is going to be a lot of takeaway in terms of inspiration, in terms of motivation, and also in terms of the right guidance for our young student innovators in particular. So before I invite, we are already seeing their names, their startups here on stage, on the screen. But before I invite them onto the stage, I would like to take this opportunity to speak a bit about the journey and what they have been doing. And then, of course, I would be inviting them onto the stage. So we will start with the founder of India's leading drone enterprise solution company, IG Drones, Mr. Bodhisattva Sanghapriya. A big round of applause. He's here with us. An innovator, inventor, entrepreneur based out of India, described as a serial innovator. He's worked in diversified domains, right from rural healthcare to rocket science to impact the society. He's a 2 times Chief Minister awardee for his innovation, has also been awarded by Union Cabinet Minister of Department of Science and Technology, invited to Russia by the Russian Ministry of Trade and Aviation to represent India at World Festival of Youth and Students in Moscow. And he also got the prestigious, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, Molodo Zvezda, which means Youth Star, award from the Russian Federation for his contribution to space science. As the founder of VSSUT Student Satellite Team, which is India's first and only multi-purpose student rocketry team, his team has also won many prestigious international and national awards. He was chosen as the founding secretary of Government of Odisha Innovation Cell, established in his university, VSSUT Bulla campus. Despite having several laurels to his name, he would have himself, he likes to be considered as a social worker. He's the founder also of Honeybee Innovation Club Odisha, which is actively involved in promoting and scouting innovations from the underprivileged and backward sections of the society. So that's again a great thing. I would like to, of course, give a little idea about, there are a lot of things that he has to his credit, including the revolutionary breast cancer early screening device, which is a boon to cancer patients, to how in low resource area in particular, whereas his innovative Rail Sudhar app can check corruption in Indian Railways. So a lot of these apps to his credit as well. A little about IG Drones, one of India's leading enterprise drone solution providers for drone surveying, mapping and inspection by industry experts, partnered with multiple state governments and 30 of the biggest PSUs and MNCs. They've executed more than 300 projects all across India. They are present all over the country, starting from the head office, which is at Ahmedabad, Gujarat, branch offices, Delhi, Mumbai, Bhubaneswar, as well, Delhi and Guwahati. Aligned with the government missions, Scale India and Atma-Nirbhar Bharat, it has taken on the responsibility of training and enhancing the abilities of India's youth, preparing them for the oncoming industrial 4.0 revolution. The Drone Center of Excellence by IG Drones is a program aimed at skilling over 10 million students about the newest drone challenge technologies. So that is Mr. Bodhisattva for you and his IG Drones. We also have with us, like I said, I would like to briefly introduce them before I invite them onto the stage to take it over. So we also have with us a technocrat, Mr. Partha Pratim Das, a big round of applause, who built EZRX in 2018 with a mission towards eradicating anemia through leveraging innovation with next-gen AI. Developed EZCheck, a non-invasive portable device which can detect anemia within less than a minute and without taking a single drop of blood from the human body, and that's commendable. Today, with over 2 products across 4 countries and 1,400 plus installations, they have touched more than 1 million lives. The next big transformation is to build EZRX Health into a data-driven device company and use AI to reach millions of people globally and be big player in public health. EZRX Health is funded by DST, DBT, BIRAC, Indian Oil Corporation, Mankind Pharma Family Office. Prior to EZRX, he worked as a solution architect, working closely with some of the Fortune 500 clients to provide technology-based solutions. Extensive experience in architect, design, develop, and deliver complex data warehouse and business intelligence projects with large teams across shores. So a big round of applause for the both of them as I invite them onto the stage to share their experiences and motivate this young brigade. So can I please request both of them to join us here on stage? As is the customary practice, of course, we would like to give them a formal welcome with bouquet. So I'll request the CEO of Startup Odisha, Mr. Pavitra Mandal, to please join us here on stage and welcome them with bouquets. So I request both of you to now take it over from here. It's your stage now, so you can talk about your experiences, make it as interactive as you want to, take questions as you want to. It's entirely yours. So I leave it to the two of you. Thank you so much.
No, it's working. But you need one, no? Hello. Jai Jagannath. I'm I'm Bodhisattva Sangapriya, founder and CEO IG Drones. Two things excites me these days, the drone and the dhanda. So I'm the founder of a drone company, so it's obvious that the drone things will excite me. But the dhanda, the real business, that is what actually why we are doing the startup. That is more important. So in the today's session, we'll discuss, both of us will discuss about how we can actually build a startup and do all this business. So we are India's largest enterprise drone solution company. So we build our own drones, we manufacture our own drones, we design our own drones. Then using the drones, we provide enterprise grade solutions to large enterprises like Adani, ArcelorMittal, JSW, JSPL, you name it. And we provide them drones and the data analytics solutions to provide to solve their day-to-day operations. So it's all about IG drones. I will talk more about it. But before telling you more about my startup journey and IG drones journey, so I want to tell you about a story, a heart-touching story. Somebody shared with me the today's agenda. Startup Odisha is going to conduct a startup clinic on particularly some patents and IP related works. That is actually, reminded me something. 8 years back, some incident happened with me. I will tell you because that is more important how we have actually built an ecosystem here in Odisha. This is related to that. Back in 2014 or 2015, I guess, so there was no such startup, entrepreneurship, innovation ecosystem here in Odisha. I was there in university, and I am from BSSUT Burla, which is the first engineering college. And while I was in the first year or maybe in the second year, I think in the first year of engineering, so in the first day itself, I realized that so the regular engineering curriculum is not actually supporting my passion for exploring something new. That's why I explored robotics club, automobile club, and all other university student activities and the clubs. And that time I have developed something new, some kind of innovative projects, and I just wanted to patent it. Patent back in 2014 was very, very so nobody was actually in Odisha was there to support us, particularly in the journey of filing patents and all. And when we were a student, so everybody just laughed at your idea that you are too early. And that time I just got to know that there is a university in Gujarat, Gujarat Technological University, and they are providing free of cost patent training to their students. When I got to know about this patent workshop, so in the next day itself, so I took a train from Jharsuguda station. It was like unreserved ticket. I just boarded the train. I started my journey to Ahmedabad. It was a 2-day journey without a ticket. So TT find me definitely, but I traveled with the onboarded sweepers and the pantry car staffs. It was 2-day journey. But finally, when I reached Ahmedabad and I learned the patent, the way how you can actually file the patents and learn the things. So all this the journey, the tiring journey, all these things paid off. And finally, I filed the patent, and for that patent, first time the CM awarded me the first Odisha Youth Innovation Award. So there was a story back in 2014 when a student from Odisha, definitely first engineering college, was traveling to Ahmedabad 1500 to 2000 kilometer only to learn patent. But now see, 8 years down the line, everything has changed. Now Startup Odisha has emerged as one of the best startup ecosystem in the country. They are organizing in-house activities for the students. Anybody can here come and learn and take their idea to the next level. So this is the best example because we are the first generation startup from Startup Odisha platform itself. So what was the story back in 2014 and what is the story now in 2022? So we have come a long way. I must thank the Startup Odisha leadership team, particularly the executive chairman Omkar Roy sir, for bringing such kind of positive change in Odisha startup ecosystem. So thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to share my journey.
First of all, my sincere respect to the team Startup Odisha. So, in back of 2018, mid of 2018, when I planned to move from Singapore to India, so hence I am a Bengali, I started my company in Kolkata. Then 1 year in Kolkata, struggle lot. Then I applied for, I am from EGRX Health Tech Private Limited. It's a health tech startup company, and we are working for a non-invasive device. So for a health technology, it have a path. So when you build your device, then you go for a clinical trial. After clinical trial completion, you have to go for a medical regulatory certifications, and then you have to convince to the people to sell your device. So I faced several problems in Kolkata. I never thought like my destiny will be in Bhubaneswar. So I applied in many incubation center and got a call from the city from a renowned incubation center called KIT TVI. So I came here in Bhubaneswar in mid of 2019, around October. The story to start the company is, we are an anemic country. If you see the percentage of anemia in our country is, the female, around 70% of female are anemic. And it's our first priority for the government. Government built a target plan. In the target first is anemia mukt Bharat. So when I'm in college, my mom got the premature heart disease. The root cause of the premature heart disease was anemia. And when I was working in the various data warehousing project, working on the IoT and AI, so we were searching for something. Can we build something where, root level, in the last mile, people can screen quickly, like somebody is anemic or not. The impact of anemia is, if the children having the age of past 1,000 days, if the children have anemia, then the cognitive nature of the brain never been developed. So the future of this child, he will become a labor, not become an engineer or the scientist or doctor and so. So anemia is not only linked with the health problem, it will directly link with the wealth aspect and your behavioral aspect of the society directly. So that's why government is looking for the anemia problem in a priority basis. So we decided to bring something where affordable and without pricking the blood we can detect somebody having anemia. Now come back to the story in Bhubaneswar. So we come here, we build the team here, completed the R&D, completed clinical trial in KIMS Hospital Bhubaneswar. So the product built in Bhubaneswar, completed R&D, clinical trial, everything is done. We done a fast sale in Bhubaneswar. So initially I was not close to startup Odisha startup. I mean startup Odisha. But when the building was started, before building started, we took I think some days we are here, working closely here. But one day I got a call from the CMO office, and I go and meet the CMO officials. And that day I realized how the benefit of the startup Odisha ecosystem have. So it really great today for a youth who is coming and deciding some concept. I think every week we follow in the social media, like from the mentorship to the IP counseling, funding, innovation, market fitment, brand building, all is going on. So again, I am thankful to Startup Odisha for giving this opportunity to talk to the future leaders here. So Bodhisattva, I think we should move towards like how is your journey, what is your problem is, and what the takeaway.
Definitely. So my journey actually starts from my university, and I've already mentioned. So Bulla journey started from Bulla. So Bulla is a small town in the western part of Odisha, and I started my entrepreneurship journey from my university itself. So just after when I joined university, so I just realized that this curriculum is not fit for me, and I started developing a lot of projects, a lot of innovation. I started working in multiple diversified domains, right from rural healthcare to rocket science. So rocket is very close to me, because that is another project, big project. So we have done it so far for Odisha, for the pride of Odisha. So I will tell you the story. So I have never shared it in a platform, but I will tell you the story here. So I was actually presenting an innovation in one of the national exhibition in Ahmedabad, and somebody from the crowd just asked me, where are you from? I just mentioned I am from Odisha. तो उसने बोला कि कहाँ है ये? So I then again replied, so very acquainted with this kind of questions. आपने 10th pass नहीं किया क्या? तो it was rude, but somehow we felt very insulted. That's why I replied. So वो उसने बताया कि तुम्हारा वहाँ फ्लड होता है, साइक्लोन होता है, तुम लोग भी इनोवेशन बना लेते हो. I said yes. There are multiple innovators, multiple inventors actually started their journey from Odisha. So we have one of the best R&D institution also in Odisha. तो उसने बोला नहीं मुझे नहीं लगता तुम लोग कर लोगे, तो मुझे लगता है कहीं से उठा लिए हो, ऐसा ऐसा बोला. So I took it as a challenge, and I just took a place that we will build something that will be completely first in India. Then I returned to university and I gathered a team of 50-60 members, and we took a place that we will build something that is completely fast in India. And we started building our own rocket. So everybody laughed at us first initially because it's stereotypes. So rocket science, we always treat rocket science is like god level science, and everybody just laughed at our idea that you are building rockets. So initially everybody thought we are just building kind of Diwali rockets. So we failed multiple times. We failed 100+ times. But finally we were able to launch our rocket, and our rocket reached to an altitude of 16,000 feet AGL, and it became Asia's fast multi-purpose student rocket. And suddenly, and Prime Minister office suddenly noticed it, and Prime Minister lauded our efforts in his Mann Ki Baat program, and CM supported us. And then suddenly one day a high level officials from ISRO, they reached our university, and they were quite surprised the way we have developed a rocket in just a backyard of hostel. And then the ISRO completely undertaken the project. When the ISRO completely undertaken the project, me and my co-founder Mr. Om Prakash, so we just realized we have done enough for the society. We have developed a product. Then our mentors also told us, तुमने product बनाया, तुमने innovation बनाया, but nobody knows if your innovation has some viability in the market. लोग उसको खरीदेंगे कि नहीं पता नहीं. लोगों ने अभी तक तुम्हें दुआ दिया है, अच्छा बनाए हो, अच्छा किए हो, दुआ दिए, दवा नहीं दिया कोई. पैसा देंगे कि नहीं तुम्हें पता नहीं. Again we take it as a challenge. हमें challenge लेना पसंद है. Then we thought whatever we have built as a product, as a innovation, we'll sell it to industry. Then we approached Aditya Birla that we have built a rocket, a satellite, and this kind of solutions. Aditya Birla बोला मेरे पास ये rocket pocket इतना बहुत महंगा है, मेरे पास इतना पैसा नहीं है. You come out with an alternative solutions. So rocket and drones is somehow similar. So drone is the cheaper alternative, and the drone market was already begun. So we thought whatever we have developed in the rocket, we'll transfer the same tech to drone, and we'll offer the solution to Aditya Birla. And Aditya Birla is quite happy the way we have developed the solutions and the price point definitely. And Aditya Birla was a first customer. And then they asked us, you should submit the GST certificate, certificate of incorporation, and all those things. And that time we realized we need to register a company. We are in the final semester, and we registered a company. We started our entrepreneurship journey. Aditya Birla was the first customer, and then now 4.5 years of journey, we have onboarded 150 enterprise customers. And in terms of enterprise clients, we are the largest in the country, largest enterprise drone solution company. And we are a K2K company. We started from just a small canteen in BSSUT Burla campus. Now currently we are headquartered at Noida with 5 regional offices all across India. We are a K2K company. We are a Kashmir to Kanyakumari, Kutch to Kohima company. Just within 48 hours, with the power of our technology and the power of our ecosystem, our operation team can mobilize our drone operation team to any part of the India just within 48 hours. आपको 48 hours चाहिए यहाँ से कश्मीर जाने के लिए, सोचने के लिए. And आप जब सोचते रहोगे, just within 48 hours, IG drones team is capable to mobilize the team on the ground. and this is how we are leading the ecosystem. So we are not just an enterprise drone company, we are actually building an ecosystem surrounding IG drones. I'll tell you how. It's not about IG drones only working with all these, industry top clients and all these large enterprises. So we are actually building an ecosystem. How? Because when we started working with closely with the industries like Adani, Aditya Birla, we realized the biggest gap, the gap between industry and the academia. And when we realize the gap between industry and academia, so the gap is, there is a mismatch in the skill sets. And when we entered into the drone business, everybody told that the drone pilot should be an aeronautical engineer. But we challenged that fundamental question, that fundamental knowledge, that anybody can be actually a drone pilot. Because when your driver is not necessarily comes from a automobile background, your automobile engineer will actually build the car, build the automobile. The driver, anybody from only from with basic skill sets can actually drive the car. So we challenged the industrial fundamental knowledge, and we introduced a concept called IG Drone Center of Excellence. We started establishing center of excellences in ITIs, not in universities. No, we never started with universities. We started with ITIs because ITIs are the building block of any industry. अब China को देख लो, China has grown multifolds since 1960 only because of its low the ITIs and a diploma level, skilling that China has done. So we understood the model, we started working with them, and we upskilled them with the drone technology. So ITI basically in our industry, in our society, we treat ITI students as laborers. This is the hard fact, and we need to accept it. But in IG drones, what we believe, so they deserve more. So with our drone center of excellence, that is equipped with our drones and our softwares, we upskill the ITI students as drone pilots and as drone technicians, so that they can actually take off any drone projects. They can start start their own drone business, or they can actually work with IG drones. We give them that kind of freedom. So ITI students, the drone center of excellence network में हम basically करते क्या है कि D2D transformation. What is D2D transformation? So earlier ITI कोई पास करते तो करता क्या है? Basically they used to industry, and industry में क्या करते हैं कि काम कोई lower level का काम करते हैं. So उसमें basically dust and dirt का life होता है. So in IG Drone Center of Excellence, we are transforming their life from dust and dirt to drone and dignity. क्योंकि वो drone उनको dignity देता है. लोग उन्हें आज के time पे drone pilot बुलाते, ना कि technician. So this kind of the change making we are doing it through IG Drone Center of Excellence network. And हमने जब ये propose किया था, लोग हम पे हंसे थे. But I want to say it proudly, in the last financial budget, in the Union Budget 2022, IG Drone का ये ITA वाला concept को फाइनेंशियल बजट 2022 में फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने इसको इंक्लूड किया और इसको पूरा दुनिया में उसको अनाउंस किया कि इंडिया में सारे ITI में IG ड्रोन के मॉडल पे जैसे ITIs को रन किया गया है उसी पे मैंडेटरली ड्रोन का ट्रेनिंग दिया जाएगा. और हम यहाँ इंडिया में गुजरात मॉडल के बारे में बोलते हैं, कोई दिल्ली मॉडल का बोलते हैं, गुजरात का इकोनॉमी मॉडल, दिल्ली का एजुकेशन मॉडल. और मैं ये बोलना चाहता हूँ जो ITI का जो मॉडल बनाए थे हम ITI कटक में बनाए थे, ये उड़ीसा मॉडल है. एंड उड़ीसा मॉडल गेटिंग रेप्लिकेटेड ऑल अक्रॉस इंडिया. दिस इज हाउ IG drones as an Odia company, we are a very, very proud Odia company. I'm a proud Odia entrepreneur. So 90% of our workforce is Odia. So we are currently 150 members in our team. And हमारा ये सपना है कि 1000 Odia youths को हम employment दें next 2 साल में. So Partha bhai just mentioned that he is from Bengal, so I am definitely proud of कि स्टार्टअप उड़ीसा ने उड़ीसा में ऐसा एक इकोसिस्टम बनाया जिसमें हमारे जो एक ज़माने में हम लोग जाते थे बंगाल में धंधा बनाने के लिए, आज पार्थ भाई आए हैं कोलकाता से उड़ीसा धंधा बनाने के लिए. तो थैंक यू स्टार्टअप उड़ीसा. दिस इज माय जर्नी.
So EGRX started from a incubation center. So 2 people we started the company. We work day and night. Normal biotechnology product takes minimum 5 to 6 years. So where we trade off the time with our effort. We developed, I think we failed 57 times. So 58th product was become successful, and then it's gone for a clinical trial. So as I said, like Odisha is a great place for us. So we started our journey here, and we also proudly say we are a Odisha-based startup company. And you know, all the news everywhere when people say, Odia poor developed something, so it feels very privileged to me. So now we have around 32 workforce in Bhubaneswar, started from 2. Out of 32, 30 are from Bhubaneswar, 30 are from Odisha. So why I loved Odisha in not only the culture, not only the behavior, the mindset people have. The another good aspect is the government is very open to everyone. A company build the product. When we started building the product, we thought we also took some drop of blood and we can measure the hemoglobin. But when we decide, no, we'll go for a non-invasive. The story of non-invasive is 12 years back, Samsung started the same project and they failed. Apple started the same project and they failed. So globally, there is only one company have a non-invasive hemoglobin device based on Sweden, and the device cost is around 1.5 lakhs, and per test cost is more than 60 rupees. You know, in Odisha, in Bhubaneswar and the other small villages, in India, people can do a blood test in 50 rupees for hemoglobin. So our idea was, can we measure hemoglobin non-invasive manner having a 5 to 7% deviation maximum within less than 5 rupees? So our proposal to the government, when we sell our devices when we are closely working with 8 state governments, so we are selling 1 rupees per hemoglobin test. So 48,000 rupees, where we screen for around 50,000 people in a year, so it's coming around less than 1 rupee. So why is so important to measure hemoglobin is? You know, if you know the dynamics of Odisha, then Odisha, the upper side of the Odisha, like in Sambalpur, Sundargarh, this area, people are having more sickle cell anemia. And if you go to coastal belt, like Jajpur, Puri and all, then most of the anemic people are from the thalassemia background. So Odisha have different problems in related to anemia because most of the Siddle tribe people have a sickle cell and the anemia disease. But last 20-30 years, why government is spending lot of money and why it's not even 10% improvement for every state? So we identify the gap analysis, where is the gap is. So the gap here is, government can spend 50 rupees, 60 rupees for a person a year. But to eradicate anemia, we have to go for 4 times, 5 times in a test. And in our country, we never focus on the women's health. But unhealthy mom cannot produce a healthy child. So to eradicate anemia, we have to focus on the adolescent girls and we have to do a mass screening in multiple times. Now, I will not go for a positive story. Now, I decided in the morning when I'm coming from Bangalore, and I just saw a few minutes of the presentation by the minister, and I was really surprised. Whatever I am thinking, some certain points, he started the same points here. So now, a society, a state, we have to decide we'll go for a service industry or we'll go for a manufacturing industry. So definitely, to give a mass job, we have to go for a manufacturing industry. If you see the healthcare aspect, healthcare buying capacity of the government and the others, till today, 80% of the procurement are imported from the other country in India. So 20% are manufacturing in India, 80% we are buying from outside. So when you are talking about the innovation and talking about the manufacturing, now my sincere request to all the policymaker and even the startup Odisha is, if you have a small lab, I develop product in Bhubaneswar, I am telling everyone, I developed my product in Bhubaneswar. But the truth is, I done my PCB design and fabrication from Bangalore, and I done my molding from the outside of Odisha. So if today we have a small facility of a good 3D printing lab and the PCB design, so an engineering boy who can come and who can experiment like anything. In India, there are multiple labs, but the problem here is we don't have the trained manpower who can rightly design and rightly fitment the idea to the product. So to become a manufacturing state or manufacturing enabled manpower driven society, we need lab facilities. definitely we need a mentoring towards building the business plan for the branding and marketing, definitely for the IP. But if we are not going to build a good product, then who will buy it? Why it's required for a business plan, where is required for the the MVP plan, go-to-market strategy, all will fail. When I start selling the product, people started talking. The first question when I say it's a non-invasive product, the immediate question is, you are from which IIT? So I said, no, I am not from any IIT. Okay, the next question is, you are from Bangalore? No, I am from Bhubaneswar. So today I can proudly say, if the Hockey World Cup can happen in Bhubaneswar, then why don't a non-invasive device can start it from Bhubaneswar? So today, our product is present in 4 different countries, not in India. We are primarily into the Southeast Asia already. Now we have 32 national filing done in 32 different countries, including US and Europe. And we screened more than 7.5 lakhs till today's data. So our journey further is focusing on non-invasive as well as some of the traditional products where we are buying in a 100 rupees, we are buying from 150 rupees. Around 50% extra, the price we are paying to the abroad company, why don't we make here in Odisha? So we started working on the other products, like we started working on dental X-ray sensors. So putting low X-ray dose, can we generate high resolution image? So till now in the market, some Canadian company and some of the Chinese company are dominating the market. So now our product is built. We got good output. We also certified CE, ROHS and the other certification done. And then apart from X-ray, we are also working non-invasive product for the newborn babies on. So now I don't want to take time on my journey and my products. Now I will tell where I face problem. So my first problem I faced is I never find any good laboratory where I can build my the 3D model, or I can do fabrication for the PCB, because it's optical science and it's need robotic facility to produce a good PCB design, PCB fabrication. So my suggestion here is, I think we have many entrepreneurs, the future leaders who are thinking on doing something on the health in the manufacturing space. So we should take in care these 2 points. My last point here is, everybody is saying you do something new, you innovate something, you build some product and so, right? I face a biggest problem. The problem here is, if you innovate a product and you don't have any competitor, and you go to the government will say, like, I need the competitor to buy your product. It's a biggest problem, So my problem here is, now I have a product which is for the public health. In the public health, I have different competitor. Now government is saying you innovate a new product. When somebody like me build a new product and come to the government and say, please buy the product. Now government is saying, excellent, your cost is less, you are not taking single drop of blood. In an hour we can do 100 screening, but I cannot buy your product because I don't have any competitor. So again, thank to the government of Odisha, probably they have 20%, 25% reservation for any procurement. So I think everybody can push towards the policymaker to change certain legacy rules, with procurement policy and the others. And last is for the mentoring. Today in social media, if you see all of the incubation centers, I was incubated in KIT TBI, and I was there in around 1.5 years. Then I took 2 grants, 2 funds from KIT TBI. One is DBT BIRAC Leap Fund, and one is the one is the Invent Fund. So in 1 year time, we returned them twice. 2 times. So Leap Fund we returned around 1 crore. We took 50 lakhs. And then we took around 25 lakhs of the Invent Fund, we returned 75 lakhs. So in a year, we returned them 1.75 crore, around 2.5 to 3 times. So if somebody is thinking on the manufacturing space, then I don't think the fund is an issue. The fund is everywhere. So we have to build a good quality product, which can be a global standard product. And third is the IP. So definitely, in the day one, when somebody is thinking on the some idea or some product, definitely you first go for a patent, because the biggest challenge in the incubation space is the so-called investor, so-called mentor is ready to theft your concept. Second, the big companies, big corporates are every day they are also nurturing the ecosystem and they are finding the which are the upcoming products are coming. So patent, and then be careful for the initial investment, because we lost lot of money when we repay to the the funder. So these are the certain points I think like we should highlight. One is the good facilities should have. We should have a good facilities where we can build some real product, not only the social media and the social media boosting. Second one is the mentor means the product company, product startup look for a mentorship related to the products only. The business funding are the later. The strong patent lawyer, because the international company is always trying to theft your IP and the trademark even. And then the manufacturing facilities. Government should support manufacturing, because a startup cannot afford a large scale manufacturing in the day one. And if they are not going for a large scale, then the cost of the product will be very, very high. So these are the certain points I want to highlight here. Let's Bodhisattva can.
Definitely, you have already set the tone for the requirements and the do's and don'ts for early stage entrepreneurs. And adding to that, so what I believe as in a society in Odisha, so we are not so much entrepreneurship friendly. We treat a businessman, we treat rich people as criminals, and whenever somebody tell you that is doing business, so we as a society usually consider them as criminals. They are just looting our money. So business is all about making profit. Somebody in the first session, I think in the Bakshi sir session, was telling about the same thing. So business is always about making profit. We as a Odia society, it's maybe because of due to some historical problem that started from British era. So we started, considering business as a negative thing. But somehow, because of startup Odisha and all of these activities, we started realizing, maybe in late, but we started realizing that if, if you really want to uplift a society, you need you need to boost the economical activities, particularly in the startup, maybe in the MSME sector. So we as a society need to accept entrepreneurs in a positive way. And even I come from a family that nobody in my family has actually tried entrepreneurship earlier. So I always faced the same challenge, that how to start and how to convince the family. So for that I have actually very simple fundamental solutions for that, because of the startup Odisha ecosystem and all. So you have the very early access to the capital. So as Parthabhai just mentioned, if you really want to develop a good product, the capital is not a constant. So when you are starting, when you are just ideating, even for ideating, so startup Odisha is actually giving out some monthly allowances, so that you can actually start at a very early stage and start working on your idea. Then you can actually build something, and for that you can also get some kind of prototype development grant, and then you can also explore the market. So this kind of grant, government support is already there. So what you need to do is you need to take challenge and convince somehow your family. So it's not like the society is completely against now, because they have the mindset is mindset is actually slowly changing, and because of the TV reality shows like Shark Tanks, so entrepreneurs are now treated as celebrities also. So 5 years, 10 years down the 5 years, 10 years before, if you mention about if you are doing a startup and if you are a founder, CEO in a startup, nobody will actually marry you. But now entrepreneurs are like treated as celebrities. So I was reading a report of Sadi.com. So now the profiles on the Sadi.com, particularly the founders, co-founders, CEOs profiles are mostly highlighted profiles. And actually people are started respecting entrepreneurs. And this is actually from the other part of the country. If you like particularly the western part of the country, in the Gujarat, in the Maharashtra, in that particular region, they always give respect to entrepreneurs, businessmen. But somehow it's changing, the mindset is changing in our society, and our society is also accepting it. But if you look into the old history, we as Odia as actually the true entrepreneurs. Our Sadhavas has actually colonized the entire Southeast Asia. Sadhavas from we sailed through Bay of Bengal. So Bay of Bengal, it's the current name, but the ancient name was it's actually the Kalinga Sagar. So we sailed through Kalinga Sagar, the current name Bay of Bengal, and colonize the entire Southeast Asia. So colonize, when I mean, so it's in a positive way. We in the positive cultures, we brought positive cultures in Southeast Asia, and all types of economical activities that is developed in Indonesia, in the Cambodia, and so all these particularly Southeast region. It's because of the contribution to the Odisha. But somehow, again, due to some historical errors during the British era, so we somehow forget the culture of entrepreneurship, the culture of business. So now it's a long journey. So it's like we already got freedom for like 70 years, and if today if you will blame our society, if today we will blame our government that it's not supporting, it's not actually providing enough support, so it will be completely our mistake. So all the ecosystem and all these facilities are already there. Now as an Odia society, we need to take the challenge. So for early stage entrepreneurs, so what I believe, so you need to little bit need to gather some courage and take some challenge, convince your family and start your journey. So there are a lot of startup ecosystem already there. It's not about only Startup Odisha. So we have a wonderful ecosystem called ESCOM. It's built for the startups, and it is actually started by startups. So we understand the pain of founders. So with ESCOM, you can actually also leverage and learn a lot of nonsense about startup. When I started back in 2017 and 18, there was no such ecosystem where we can actually learn how to go from 0 to 1, then 1 to 10. Everybody will support you when you want to scale from 10 to 100, but nobody will actually handle you, guide you 0 to 10. So there are ecosystem like ESCOM will definitely guide you and support you. So this is how the Odisha is changing. The Odisha map, particularly Startup Odisha in the startup scenario. So I have been actually meeting a lot of people in Delhi, and recently we met the entire FICCI leadership. So FICCI is the voice of industry, and the entire leadership was so surprised with the way the Startup Odisha is aggressively doing the work. And thanks to Startup Odisha, they have actually sent us to Dubai to explore the global market. Even in Dubai, I met a couple of Indian investors. They were quite surprised, and few of my friends, and they told me that the investors told me, अरे भाई मोदी 5 साल पहले जो केरला स्टार्टअप मिशन जो कर रहा था ना, आज स्टार्टअप उड़ीसा उससे आगे निकल गया. So I felt good. So this is how Odisha is making a brand. Odisha is rising and shining. ये न्यू उड़ीसा है. स्टार्टअप थैंक्स टू स्टार्टअप उड़ीसा कि ये इकोसिस्टम को एनेबल करने के लिए एंड ये इकोसिस्टम को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए. और ये बस स्टार्टअप उड़ीसा का ही काम नहीं है. ये कौन केवल खाली स्टार्टअप उड़ीसा ही काम हो कि स्टार्टअप को एमती फ्रेमवर्क बनैकी दब सेमती रूल्स बनैकी दब हाँ से तांको लेवल रे काम करिवे. बट अल्टीमेटली इट्स एंटरप्रेन्योर्स रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. अल्टीमेटली आम मानक रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कि प्लेटफॉर्म को केते लेवरेज करिवा एंड आगो को जीवा. देखो ये प्लेटफॉर्म बनी थिला बोली पार्थ भाई कोलकाता आसिक एटी बिजनेस बनैले. वर्ल्ड रो फास्ट नॉन इनवेसिव हेमोग्लोबिन टेस्टिंग मशीन बनैले. जदि प्लेटफॉर्म न था तेना आगो को जाई न था. बट पार्थ भाई तो आसिक को पड़ला ना कोलकाता जदि कोलकाता ये 400 किलोमीटर दूर जदि 400 किलोमीटर आसिक भुवनेश्वर से एत बड़ बिजनेस बनई पार्टी 4 कोटी ओडिया आज गोटे चैलेंज जे आम आगू को आसबू कम से कम 4 कोटी ना 40 लाख नुआ स्टार्टअप बनई देखू. पार्थ भाई
I think we should go for if there is any questions. So everybody have their own journey, but if any of the future leaders having any questions, we are happy to answer. Yeah, please. Sir.
Yeah, good afternoon to everybody and good afternoon to the members in the dais. My name is Manoranjan Malik and I'm an entrepreneur from Odisha. My company is registered in Startup Odisha. It is Heliac Projects and Solutions Private Limited. We are onto energy and environment. I would like to ask one question. And it may be happening that most of the startups in Odisha may be facing these challenges. The challenge is that hiring correct people and retaining the resource is a toughest challenge in Odisha, because I have been running my company since last 5 years, but I am not finding a very suitable candidate for a particular post, because skill is not available in Odisha. And we see that there are skill development institutes, but I would request the chair that if startup of Odisha or government of Odisha would do something on this aspect and at least provide a platform for the startups to hire people from the forum. So if you could elaborate on this, thank you.
Definitely. So it's a big challenge, and every startup, I think, not in Odisha, so all across India are facing the skill gap. So skill gap is the biggest problem. So during my talk only, I also mentioned about why skill development missions are also important, and how China is actually become the superpower because of they have actually run the rigorously the skill development missions back in 1960. सो 1960 रे चाइना जोटा करितला आजि का डेट रे आमे स्किल इंडिया स्किल ओडिशा मिशन ले सेटा करूचंती. सो इट विल टेक टाइम. सो आपण जोटा कहिले सो ओडिशा रे पर्टिकुलरली प्रॉब्लम होचे, डेफिनेटली ओडिशा रे प्रॉब्लम होचे, बट आपण मते कहिवे कि जो सूरत रे जो सूरत सूता मिल चालुची से सूरत रो सूता मिल 90% रो वर्कर कोठो 90% वर्कर आगे ओडिशा रो. बेंगलोर रो जो मिल चालुची बेंगलोर रे जो फैक्ट्री बसची से फैक्ट्री रो 90% वर्कर होचंती ओडिशा रो. आज्ञा गंजाम जो देखा जी आम माइग्रेंट कैपिटल से आमर मेन पावर माइग्रेंट मेन पावर मानकर कैपिटल पूरा ओडिशार बाकी जगार जाकि भल काम करुच्ची एंटायर आपड़ जो वेस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ इकोनॉमी देखिए जो बॉम्बे महाराष्ट्र बनी बॉम्बे बनी एंटायर वर्कफोर्स बनी ओडिशा उपर. तो ओडिशार लोकों पाखे कैपेबिलिटी कौन क्वेश्चन्स नहीं. 20 वर्ष तलर ओडिशा आज ओडिशा भितर बहुत फरक अच्छी. 20 वर्ष तले आमे ओडिया आमे कोडिया आमे टिके 12टा बेले खाइबा सोइबा एंड 4टा बेले उठिबा ए प्रकार परंपरा थिला. सौभाग्यवशतः आज से परंपरा नहीं. आज 12टारे सोइबा दिन 12टारे सोइबा खरा बेले 4टा बेले उठिबा ये परंपरा चेंज होइछि. तो लोक जाउछन्ती बाहर जाई काम करूछन्ती ता माने लोकों पाखरे से कैपेबिलिटी अच्छी. एठी कौन करिया पड़े एति सेटिकी हमको सुजोग अपॉर्चुनिटी क्रिएट करिया पड़ियो. आगे आमे गोटे बहुत बड़ कंपनी नु बहुत गोटे छोट कंपनी आईजेड्रोन गोटे छोटिया कंपनी 150 लोक मात्र आमर किंतु 90% होचन्ती ओडिया. लोक चैलेंज करन्ती ओडिया पोटेंशियल ऊपर आमे कहू नहीं ओडिया सही ओडिया काम करि पारिबे. एटा गोटे सोसाइटी रे हमको एक्सेप्टेंस आनिया पड़ियो. आमे मु बॉम्बे पळेले सेठी भलो पिला मिलि जिवे सेमिति किछि कथा नहीं. ई पिला ही जाई कि सही बॉम्बे रे ही काम करछन्ती. आज मेजर जति की कंपनी देखुछन ता मेजर वर्कफोर्स होउची ओडिसा रो आछि. तो आम टिके डेभलपिंग स्टेट होती से टाइम भल वर्कफोर्स आम पाखे मिल. बट गवर्नमेंट लेवल पॉलिसी लेवल लोक आमर ओडिशा जो स्किल डेवलपमेंट मिशन चली. आई थिंक दिस इज नॉट इन इंडिया, दिस इज इन द एंटायर ग्लोब. इट इज वन ऑफ द फाइनेस्ट स्किल डेवलपमेंट मिशन इन द एंटायर वर्ल्ड. तो आम स्किल डेवलपमेंट मिशन ले जो भाया ट्रेनिंग दिया होची आमर आईटीआई पिला मानकु डिप्लोमा पिला मानकु जो प्रकार फैसिलिटीज मिलूची. आम पाखे वर्ल्ड स्किल सेंटर अच्छी. आम पाखे स्किल डेवलपमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट खोर्धारे अच्छी. तो ये पाखे जो जो फैसिलिटीज अच्छी आपड़ जातु से एक्सप्लोर करूँ. डेफिनेटली आपको राइट कैंडिडेट मिल. ओडिया लोकों पाखे प्रॉब्लम नहीं. आमको ठीक ट्रेनिंग देवाक पड़ो एंड पिला से हिसाब से रखिक आगू बढ़ाया पड़ो. मु ये तो मानवि कहीं भुवनेश्वर उपर आप देखिए इनफोसिटी भितर भी आम हूँ आउटसोर्सिंग कंपनी बोधे 100टा आउटसोर्सिंग कंपनी थे से भी तो समस्त ओडिया टैलेंट उपर काम कर. पूरा बैंगलोर एंटायर आईटी वर्कफोर्स जो ओडिशा रे हो पार्टी जो ओडिया पिला माने जाकि बैंगलोर को कोरमांगला को देखा जी आज ओडिया भाई नुआ सेकेंड ओडिशा भाया लगे. तो आम ये ओडिशा भितर कहीं बनई पार्बानी. यहाँ आम एंटरप्रेन्योर मान को टिके अर्ली स्टेज रे रिस्क नाक पड़ो. कहीं जो भल पिलाटी पलाऊँ बैंगलोर ताकू सामान अपॉर्चुनिटी देके आमको भुवनेश्वर रखा पड़ो और भुवनेश्वर भी काम करा पड़ो. अर्ली डेज रे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स मान को सब चैलेंज नाक पड़े. सोसाइटी आज्ञा नेता बदलैबनी. सोसाइटी आज्ञा ये आसिक आउ किए बदलैबनी. सोसाइटी बदल सब एंटरप्रेन्योर. पृथ्वी इतिहास देखो रतन टाटा आसला टाटा आसला ओडिशा भारतर इंडस्ट्री बदलिला भारत इंडस्ट्री जो बदलिला भारत इकोनोमी बदलिला सबु बेले एंटरप्रेन्योर ही सोसाइटी को बदलू थाए कहीं एंटरप्रेन्योर जो सोसाइटी को बदले दैट इज सस्टेनेबल पॉलिसी लेवल आप केवल चेंज करके किसी बाट आगू को पुश करेंगे जोटा ऑलरेडी स्टार्टअप ओडिशा इज डूइंग एंड दे आर डूइंग मार्वेलियस वर्क एबे हम एंटरप्रेन्योर्स मान का रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी केमिति हम से वर्कफोर्स को भी रेडी करिया सरकार का रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नु हमको वर्कफोर्स प्रोवाइड करिया
सो मु आपनकर क्वेश्चन रो दुईटा वे रे आंसर देबी फर्स्ट होची जेबे सब लोक कहउचंती ना बेंगलोर इकोसिस्टम इज वंडरफुल बेंगलोर इकोसिस्टम रे वंडरफुल किछि नाही जे पिलाटा काम करूची तार माइंडसेट होची मु स्टार्टअप रे काम करिवि आपण जो प्रॉब्लम फेस करूचन मु भी सेम प्रॉब्लम फेस करूची बट यार सॉल्यूशन कोन वी आर एंटरप्रेन्योर वी हैव टू आइडेंटिफाई द सॉल्यूशन सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल होची जे जदि आप डीपटेक कंपनी रन कर जोटी टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत इनवॉल्व बहुत हाईटेक टेक्नोलॉजी अच्छी ओडिशा रे आपन को रिसोर्स मिलूनी सही रे कौन करिया पड़िबो सही रे सॉल्यूशन होची जदि पैसा कम खर्च करिवे ताहले जे फाउंडर अछंती को फाउंडर अछंती तांकू टेक्नोलॉजी शिखिया पड़िबो फर्स्ट सेकंड होची आपन को रिसोर्स आइडेंटिफाई करिया पड़िबो जो पिलाटे को शिखिले से जल्दी शिखि जिवो एटा होची यारो सॉल्यूशन
आ गोटे सॉल्यूशन ऊपर
आउ गोटे प्रॉब्लम होची हमर पिलारो माइंडसेट इटी अलगा धरतु आज गोटे इवेंट पे आम गोटे पिला को नहीं गलु जे तू आज इवेंटा पार्टिसिपेट कर से नेक्स्ट डे आसी कहबा मते काली जी इवेंटा पार्टिसिपेट करथिलु ता पई मते गोटे कॉम्प अप दियंतु सो आपन को आइडेंटिफाई करि पड़िबो हु इज द राइट रिसोर्स फॉर यू जदि आपन ट्रेडिशनल को बिजनेस करूछंती जोटी कॉमन मैन पावर लागुची सेटा बहुत इजी मते लागुनी सेटा ओडिसा रे किछि प्रॉब्लम अछि बट यू आर लुकिंग फॉर समथिंग ब्लॉकचेन ब्ला 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 बाजिंग वर्ड्स से टेक्नोलॉजी ताहले मु कहबी फास्ट फाउंडिंग टीम जो अच्छी ताकू बहुत सस्टेनेबल हाँ पड़े ना कौन हम आप बाहर लोक को आणवे सी टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं कि पलैब तो यू हैव टू लर्न टेक्नोलॉजी फास्ट देन यू बिल्ड अ स्मॉल टीम पैसा आसला रेवेन्यू करंतु तापर बिल्ड करंतु बेंगलोर आउ भुवनेश्वर इकोसिस्टम मध्य किसी फरक नहीं गोटे फ्रेश पिला हायर करंतु को भल इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज रे जार एनालिटिकल स्किल भल ताकू ट्रेन करंतु से शिखिजिवो आमर पूरा मैन्युफैक्चरिंग माने हाईटेक जो जिनस गुड़ा स्पेक्ट्रोस्कोपी एआई सब जिनस आम भुवनेश्वर करूँ बाहर नहीं तो मत लगुन एटा चैलेंज आउ सी दैट्स आर द चैलेंज नो दैट्स व्हाई एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप केम इन द पिक्चर सो दैट्स व्हाई वी केम एंड वी आइडेंटिफाई दिस इज द प्रॉब्लम एंड नाउ वी हैव टू आइडेंटिफाई हाउ द सॉल्यूशन इज बट सर गवर्नमेंट को तो भल मिनिस्टर मिलूनी आपन को केमिति से रिसोर्स देबे राइट कैंडिडेट मिलुनी भल मिनिस्टर पई हमको सॉल्व करे बड़ा आम लेवल रे सर
ना मोर सजेशन हो स्टार्टअप ओडिशा को मोर सजेशन हो जे गोटे फोरम क्रिएट करा जाऊ जोठी की माने भल पिला माने आसिक रहबे आमे डायरेक्ट स्टार्टअप ओडिशा रो पिला उठै परिबा
सर
मो कथा बुझ परछन
सर सेडा स्टार्टअप ओडिशा पॉलिसी मेकर अछंती
हां हम से पॉलिसी मेकर्स मान को ही कहउची
हां से माने नोट करिवे बट
जेहेतु हमर स्टार्टअप ओडिशा हमर फंड रिसोर्स बहुत कम हम पाखरे पैसा नहीं आमे बाजार रे बुली की माने पिला मान को हायर करि परिबा नहीं से पैसा खर्च हम से मो कह कथा हूँ जेहेतु स्टार्टअप ओडिशा माने एंटरप्रेन्योर को हैंड होल्डिंग करुच्ची सपोर्ट करुच्ची से गोटे फोरम क्रिएट करा जाऊ जोटी स्किल पिला माने अवेलेबल रहे आम डायरेक्ट सेठ को जाकि पिला उठे पारिबा किसी पैसा हो आम खर्च करवा बट जो जगह 10 टଙ୍କା खर्च हो 2 टଙ୍କା खर्च करके आम पिला आनीपर सेटा गोटे सजेसन दूसरी स्टार्टअप ओडिशा को जे गोटे हब तैयारी सॉरी माने गोटे फोरम तैयारी करा जाऊ प्लेटफॉर्म तैयारी करा जाऊ जोटी आम डायरेक्ट माने पिला हायर करके सेठू नहीं परिबा स्टार्टअप ओडिशा पिला जो माने स्टार्टअप ओडिशा रजिस्टर्ड अछंती
करेक्ट सर आई थिंक योर पॉइंट विल बी वेल टेकन बट मु कहबी स्टार्टअप शुड बी नॉट द कैरियर ऑप्शन स्टार्टअप शुड बी इमोशन स्टार्टअप शुड बी पैशन तो सॉल्व करिया पड़े निजको जदि फोरम हम डेफिनेटली इट्स अ गुड अप्रोच टू से नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन प्लीज
सो मुझे एडिशन टू दैट कि पार्थ भाई गोटे बहुत भल कथा कहले एक्चुअली सब एंटरप्रेन्योर को शिखार कथा सो इवन आई पर्सनली बिलीव इट आई बिल्ड माय ओन टीम मु एमती नहीं भड़ार काउठू आनी जे सी शिखी मतलब नहीं पलि आस सी मो टीम हो सो आई बिल्ड माय ओन टीम तो निजे जो टीम जो तैयारी करूँ ताकू अपस्किल करके जो टीमटा बनइबा ना से टीम हूँ आपको रॉकेट फाड़ी दब से टीम हमको रॉकेट फटा सक्सेस धरिक आसो आठू भड़ारे आणिकी किसी सक्सेस पाइनि तेणु टीम को आप फ्रेश रू नहीं तैयारी करूँ पिला हे पिला आपको मिलूए जमी पार्थ भाई कहले भल कॉलेज नियंतु जब आप डीप टेक जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस मशीन लर्निंग रे काम करियर अछि भल कॉलेज नियंतु पिला को सामान्य आपण हेल्प करी और नॉर्मल रिसोर्सेस कथा कहउचंती ऑलरेडी सेति पई गवर्नमेंट रो बहुत सारा स्कीम्स अछि डिस्ट्रिक्ट इंडस्ट्री सेंटर्स प्रति मास जॉब फेयर्स करूची प्रति डिस्ट्रिक्ट रे करूची वी आर वन ऑफ द एग्रेसिव स्टेट आमे प्रति स्टेट प्रति डिस्ट्रिक्ट रे करा जाउची स्टार्टअप माने से विषय जदि जानी नांती सो आई रिक्वेस्ट स्टार्टअप ओडिशा की से सब जिनसर गवर्नमेंट ऑलरेडी जो पॉलिसी एंड इनिशिएटिव्स अच्छी ताको नहीं कि आपण आगे प्रेजेंट करियो बट इट्स नॉट कि आम पाखे नाई ओडिशा एसबू क्षेत्र में बहुत आगे अच्छी एंड आमको से सब जगह पहुँचार अच्छी आ राइट कैंडिडेट मिलनी राइट स्किल ने मिलूनी आपन को से आज अंटरप्रेन्योर टी कष्ट करिया पड़ो टी एफर्ट लगे पड़ो जो भाया स्किल आपको दरकार से भाया स्किल आपको लोक मान अपस्किल करातु नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन प्लीज आगे
हेलो सर योर्स इज अ वेरी यूनिक प्रोडक्ट किंतु मु देखली आपन प्रोडक्टटा बहुत टिके हाईली प्राइस्ड आउ आपनकर कस्टमर मेनली यू आर टार्गेटिंग द गवर्नमेंट एज द कस्टमर तेणु आपन मास स्केलिंग करके जेतले ए सब गोटे सेगमेंट रे जाउचंती जोटे छोट छोट लैबोरेटरी गोटे सिंगल डॉक्टर की फार्मासिस्ट सेटा यूज कर परिबो तो आपन डेलिबरेटली बोधे प्राइसटा अधिका रखिचंती कि कॉस्टिंग अधिका मु जाननी किंतु मु आपनकर फेयर हेयर कार्ड देखिथिली जे आपन प्राइसटा टिके अधिका रहउची आ आपन टार्गेटिंग द गवर्नमेंट एज ए कस्टमर नॉट एज ए प्राइवेट पर्सन दैट्स
सर आपण एमिति गोटे क्वेश्चन पचारे जोटा आमे रेगुलर भावुछु केभे आमे मास लोक को रीच करि परिबो ओके कमिंग टू द कॉस्ट आउ टार्गेट कस्टमर से आमे जो प्राइसटा डिसाइड करछु से प्राइसटा रे माने आमे जो जिनसटा आमे इन्वेंट करछु से जे कंपोनेंट गुड़ा यूज होची से गुड़ा इज वेरी वेरी कॉस्टली सो आमर दुईटा मॉडल अच्छे गोटे 35,000 मॉडल गोटे 48 आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू द कमर्शियल्स नाउ सो बट फास्ट होची जे देखंतु नाउ कमिंग टू द माइंड सेट ओके आमे जॉनसन एंड जॉनसन जी फिलिप्स को जो जिनस इंडिया रे मिलुची सेटा ओवर प्राइस रे आमे किनिबु वी आर रेडी टू बाय द फॉरेन प्रोडक्ट बट जोटा तार 1/5 की बहुत कम रे मिलुची सेटा को आमे कहबु अरे एटा तो भुवनेश्वर होची एटा तो लो कॉस्ट हवा कथा so we have to change the mindset number 1 number 2 is sir our product I mean जोटा hemoglobin आमे मेजर करूछु सेटा रेगुलर बेस रे यूज होएनी तो सेटा गवर्नमेंट जेमिति हमर गोटे प्राइम कस्टमर बिकॉज गवर्नमेंट बहुत गुडा स्कीम रन करछंती जेमिति एनीमिया मुक्त भारत अम्लान प्रोग्राम पोषण अभियान जो गुडा गवर्नमेंट जो स्पेंडिंग करछंती आमे गवर्नमेंट को कहूछु जो पैसा अपन खर्च करछंती सेही पैसा रे अपन 5 times बेसी स्क्रीनिंग करें इफ यू एडप्ट माई टेक्नोलॉजी तो आई मीन इट इज क्लोज टू माई हार्ट लाइक आमर भी यहाँ उद्देश्य कि नेक्स्ट 2-3 years रे आमे केमिति स्केल अप करि परिबा जोठी घरे घरे बहुत लो कॉस्ट डिवाइसटा आमे पहुँची परिबा आउ आम डिवाइस रे लोक घरे टेस्ट करिकि से डेटाटा आमे पुश करिवे तो आमे देखि परिबा जे कोठी कोन चलछि किंतु सर बिलीव मी लाइक व्हाट इज द मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कॉस्ट टुडे इज it's around the same price we are selling to the market. We are not even charging any profit margin. This is one. But to make this, the cost, to make this, make it a low cost, we have to go for a mass production. So to the mass production, so I personally believe correct like today, startup good fashion, mate jalage. Don't take it otherwise if the audience is thinking in the same line. Startup is a fashion like Ola, Swiggy, all the big companies are spending lot of money. आपण देखिए जदि गोटे ट्विटर भाया गोटे कंपनी इंडिया रे स्टार्ट हला तार लास्ट ईयर मु काली देखुली तार लास्ट ईयर रेवेन्यू 13 lakhs आउ से स्पेंड करछि 194 crore आमे सर से रास्ता रे नहीं तो हमको 1 rupee इन्वेस्ट कले एटलिस्ट 1 rupee आसीबो सेही मॉडल रे हमको माइंडसेट रे रन करिया पड़िबो स्टार्टअप इज नॉट लाइक somebody's money you are spending like anything to buzzing the market creating the bubbles and all. So I don't think it's a sustainable model. So amaro sir जोटा manufacturing cost आछे आमे ट्राई करछु सेइटा रे पेनिट्रेट करिया पई आउ सेकंड होची गवर्नमेंट गुटे मार्केट ता संगरे आमे सेल करछु CSR आमे सेल करछु हॉस्पिटल डॉक्टर्स क्लिनिक जोठी मैक्सिमम लोक आसीबे जेमिति धरंतु मु जदि कहली सर 5 टंका रे हीमोग्लोबिन टेस्ट करंतु आउ डिवाइस कॉस्ट इज लेट्स से 40,000 लोक कोन देखुचंती कि 40,000 इज अ बिग नंबर बट दैट्स व्हाई आई एम सिलेक्टिंग B2B कस्टमर जोठी आपण गोटे बाल्क टेस्ट आपन को मिलला आउ पार टेस्ट कॉस्ट कम हो गला सो एटा हमर होची फास्ट गो टू मार्केट स्ट्रेटेजी आमे नेक्स्ट जेबे आमे लार्ज स्केल को जीवा आमे सेई टाइम ट्राई करबा ताको कॉस्ट आमे केमती कम करि परिबा so here my request to all of the people who are into manufacturing space we should follow some step by step rules, or else we'll be break in middle. आमे लुभरे पड़ी कि बहुत मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करिदबा मार्केट रेडी नहीं, then we will be into trouble. We have to take, let's say, fast batch, we sell, take the feedback, improve your technology, then move forward to the next step.
Thank you so much, Partha, for your advice to the participants and our innovators. As we reach the end of the session, I would like to thank you, Mr. Bodhisattva from IG Drones and Mr. Partha from Izarex for showing your experience with our budding entrepreneurs present over here. So now I would like to request Sri Pavitra Bandal, sir, CEO Startup Odisha, to present the mementos as a token of appreciation. Mr. Bodhisattva from IG Drones. Next we have Mr. Partha from Izarex. So thank you everyone for joining us today for the experience sharing session by startups. Next we have the panel discussion with investors, that is on the auditorium, and the quiz competition for the students. So the students, please stay over here, and the startups who wants to attend the panel discussion session, please go to the second floor auditorium. Thank you. I request all the students to come forward. And startups, join us in auditorium second floor. Students who are present over here for the quiz, please come to the front.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we shall be commencing with the quiz pretty shortly. May I request Mr. Bibhu to take center stage and do the honors. Thank you.
I would also request the students to please come forward as we commence the quizzes, the ultimate startup quiz for Startup Mela. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Very good afternoon. अरे यार थोड़ा तो जोश लाओ क्विज है. Good afternoon. Okay, so I am Bibu, and today I'll be your quiz master and quiz host. So first of all, आप लोग we have two options. So the quiz rounds will be in the team of two. ठीक है? अगर आप लोग दो दो में हैं, दो जोड़ी, तो दो दो में डिवाइड हो जाइए. अगर आप दो दो जोड़ी में नहीं हैं, सिंगल हैं, then wait, we will do your matchmaking. Either you have come with the matchmaking or we will do your matchmaking. So जो matchmaking करके आए हैं वो एक एक सीट ले लीजिए, maintaining distance. एक सीट दो सीट का distance maintain कर लीजिए. You don't want to leave? अरे बाप रे. But you have to somehow choose your partner. जो single रह जाएंगे we'll make a matchmaking. No. Who is single? Mechanical or civil? Electrical हाँ होता है. Can understand. आप लोग दो दो हो, डिवाइड हो जाओ. मेंटेन वन सीट डिस्टेंस या टू सीट डिस्टेंस जो आपको सही लगे. आप पीछे भी जा सकते हैं अगर आपके बीच में डिस्टेंस नहीं है, पीछे रो है. दिस इज जस्ट फॉर रिटर्न राउंड. रिटर्न होने के बाद आप लोग सामने आ जाइए, नो प्रॉब्लम. ओके. और इफ यू वांट टू सिट टुगेदर आल्सो यू कैन सिट. ओके ओके, एक एक काम कीजिए, आप बैठ जाइए, बैठ जाइए. इट्स ओके. And एक और चीज, if your friends who have registered for the quiz they are not here, you can call them. No network. अरे WhatsApp call. Do WhatsApp call. आपके दोस्त हैं अगर रजिस्टर किए नहीं आए हैं उनको WhatsApp कॉल करके बुलाइए. WhatsApp कॉल, फोन कॉल, जो भी. So let me give a small brief about the quiz, and then again I'll also have to give a second brief, but to the ones present here. So the quiz will be held first. There will be written round with a team of two, and there are two sets of questions. So अगर आप भी पास पास बैठे हैं कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. The sets are different. So there are two different sets, alternate sets. 10 questions, 9 multiple MCQs, 1 non-MCQ, and that will be your tiebreaker. Out of 10, we will select 3 from one set and other 3 from the other set. 6 team will be going to the final, and there will be 6 final rounds starting from 1 till rapid fire, and starting from round 1 there will be elimination. So every round one team will get eliminated. Final round there will be 3. Between 3 teams there will be rapid fire and the winners will be selected. Okay, that's the format. मैं एक और बार brief कर दूंगा, सबको आ जाने दीजिए. I'll rebrief. In the meanwhile, if any questions you can. Questions are mostly, majority are B quiz. It's a B quiz, business quiz. So it's related to startup and business in general. India and global, both. एग्जाम दिए नहीं, रिजल्ट का टेंशन आ गई. एग्जाम दे दो, रिजल्ट डिक्लेयर करें. प्राइजेस okay. Buzzer will be at the final. बजर फाइनल में होगा. Okay, all set जो बुलाने के थे आगे. So I think we should start now. Okay, so to distinguish, let's maintain some distance. आप दो दो में divide हो जाए, थोड़ा gap maintain कीजिए, at least one chair or one row, so it will be easy to distinguish. आप वो उस row में जा सकते हैं. Okay, this is just for 5 minutes. आप भी gap है, चलेगा still. Single? अच्छा पार्टनर. पार्टनर एक साथ. पार्टनर एक साथ. पार्टनर अलग अलग नहीं. सो आप एक काम करें, आप दोनों एक साथ वहां चले जाइए और पीछे कहीं भी. Okay, so we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 9 10 11 12. ड्यूरिंग द क्विज किसी के हाथ में फ़ोन नहीं होना चाहिए रिटर्न के टाइम. अगर किसी ओके वी हैव मोर. अगर किसी के हाथ में फ़ोन निकला ड्यूरिंग द क्विज, द टीम विल बी एलिमिनेटेड. हाँ, टीम ऑफ टू. दी जन के टीम रे बसंतु टिके गैप देखी. Okay, done. So written round, 10 questions, 5 minutes in total for the written round, and phones which should be inside the bag or pocket. No cell phones during the written round. Jodi ka hatere cell phone milila, then se team eliminate hi jibo. Okay, so we'll be starting now. सबको क्वेश्चन पेपर मिल गया? क्विज क्वेश्चन? ओके, सो वी आर स्टार्टिंग. So we are starting the time for 5 minutes and it starts now. पेपर के ऊपर आप दोनों का नाम लिख लीजिए. नेम, कॉलेज एंड विच ईयर यू आर फ्रॉम. उसके लिए टाइम मिलेगा आपको लास्ट में. आप अभी आंसर कर लीजिए फिर देंगे. नो नेगेटिव इन रिटर्न राउंड. नो नेगेटिव.
हेलो.
कोई नेगेटिव मार्किंग नहीं है रिटर्न में.
हेलो.
Last 1 minute. Last 30 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Master Chef, अपना counter छोड़ दे. Okay, all set. 10, 20 seconds we are giving for writing down the names, your college and which year you are from, and your branch. लिख दो, लिख दो. चलो जब तक काउंटिंग चल रहा है लेट्स ब्रेनस्टॉर्म एंड कुछ कुछ डिस्कस करते, सारा नहीं बट कुछ कुछ डिस्कस करते हैं, ठीक है. आई विल नॉट से द आंसर, यू हैव टू टेल एंड विल जस्ट go with some guess. Okay, let's start with the second question. The Tribal Cooperative Marketing Federation of India. This is set 1. Set 1. The Tribal Cooperative Marketing Federation of India, TriFed, has signed an MOU with which organization for the project Sustainable Livelihoods for Tribal Households in India? Options are Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, UNICEF, the Link Fund, UNESCO. Bill and Melinda Gates. Any other guess? हाँ. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation आया है यहाँ से दो. Any other? Link Fund. कौन कौन Link Fund, कौन कौन Bill? अच्छा, Bill and Melinda Gates कितने हैं, हाथ उठाइए. 1, 2. 2 teams we have Bill and Melinda Gates. Link Fund कितने, हाथ उठाइए. 2 team Link Fund. UNICEF कितने हैं? None. UNESCO कितने हैं? 1 team with UNESCO. Okay. So it's a tiebreaker between Bill and Melinda Gates and the Link Fund. Okay, so yes, the answer is the Link Fund. Okay, one question from set 2. अल्कोहल वाला कौन बोला ये? Okay. Okay. In India, wine accounts for just, this is from set 2, question 7. In India, wine accounts for just 1% of all alcoholic beverages. One company promoted by Stanford graduate Rajiv Samant has been developing this market in India. It has even promoted wine tourism in Nasik. That's the first, wine tourism. India's version of Napa Valley. Okay. It had an IPO recently. Name the company. So, how many are going for moonshine? Moonshine is also very... Okay, it's mead, you know. Ah, nice. In a can? In a can, 2. We have 2 in a can, right? Jimmy's? So, okay, what's Jimmy's known for then? Oh, Jimmy's. Jimmy's cocktail, yes, also mocktail. How many are going for Sula Vineyards? There are 2 going for 3, 4 teams going for Sula Vineyards. Inacan, yes, Inacan is a brand which came in Shark Tank India last season, first season mein aaya tha. But the right answer is Sula Vineyards. Okay, this one, question set 2. The year 2023 is dedicated and being celebrated as the International Year of which well-known food grain? Millets, how many are going for millets? Millets. Why millets? Why not oats, wheats and rice? Mission Shakti jod diye nahi. Yes, the year 2023 is the International Year of Millet. Okay. And India is spearheading this. So that's one. Okay. Don't say this. Just raise your hands. Okay. What's the full form of PVR? Just raise your hands. Rahul. Okay. So who will say this? PVR. Okay, last. Wait.
PVR stands for Priya Village Roadshow.
Priya Village Roadshow. कौन ये फर्स्ट टाइम सुन रहे या फिर कौन ऑलरेडी सुने हैं? रेज योर हैंड्स. प्रिया विलेज रोड शो सुने हो? Yes, PVR stands for Priya Village Roadshow. One last will go. Set 1. What does UNSDG stands for? Raise your hands. UNSDG. UNSDG. Along with full form, you also have to say what it is about. Okay, let's go with. You just say the full form. I'll ask someone else to tell the meaning.
United Nations Sustainable Development Goal.
Okay, United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. Rahul, would you like to say what it's all about?
It's an initiative by UN to promote the sustainable growth startups. It's the 16 points, I guess. Yeah, 16 point HDG. So that's all.
Okay. हाँ आ रहा हूँ. आप आगे आ जाइए. क्विज हो गया.
United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are 13 sustainable development goals set up by UN in order to achieve sustainable development of countries in general. It includes gender equality, it includes green energy and various other goals.
So, okay, UN SDG actually, this is a goal till the year 2030. This has been set up till 2030 for the sustainable development of every aspect we work in a daily life. That may be startup, business, anything. So whatever you do, there will be sustainable credits, sustainable, if you achieve any SDG goals, there will be credit points, SDG credits, to ensure that whatever is happening, we are not harming the environment anymore. Because still after the industrial revolution, post the late 70s and 80s, the rapid industrialization gave rise to, we have ruined almost half of the earth. Arctic ice जा चुका है, global warming and all. So that's why this goal has come up कि 2030 तक this is there, and then it will again get enhanced till 2050, 70, it will go on. The reason is that there till 20. So the reason it is there till 2030, because if you don't take the step till 2030, by 2050 the situation is going to be drastic. Just let me give one example. In Odisha, in Kendrapada, there is a village. Kendrapada re gote gaon achi, Satabaya. Satabaya is one of the Kendrapada. It's a village. It's Asia's first place where ocean erosion has been evident. Our entire village has gone to ocean. So that's a sign of alarming sign of global warming. So with this, we are ready with the scores of the written round, and but those will be selected for the next round. That's okay. But stay here, everyone, because we have audience rounds also. There are goodies, and also there is certificate for everyone. So kindly stay back. We're going to do the announcement. Okay, I'll be calling one by one the 6 teams here. जिनका भी नाम बोलूँगा आके यहाँ पे बैठ जाइए. Okay, starting from राखी प्रियदर्शिनी शेखर कुमार, सिलिकॉन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी. आ जाइए. शुभम गौरव मिश्रा and Abhijit Rath from VSSUT Burla. Debesh Mahapatra, Aisha Das, BIITM. Ankit Kumar, Rohit Verma from Silicon Institute of Technology. Abhinandan Padi and Tanmay Kumar Naik from first is Nalanda Institute of Technology. And we have Arpit Anshuman, Rahul Krishnananda from VSSUT Burla. So these are the 6 teams we are having for the final rounds for the next stage. But stay back. can come forward and participate in this. Okay.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello. It's all set. आंसर्स तो नहीं है, कुछ पॉइंट्स है. निहार, लास्ट पेपर. तुरंत आंसर देना है ना. आंसर जाने के लिए आप हैक इनटू माय माइंड. Mike.
Hello everyone, I am Arpit Anshuman. I am a student of third year in the Department of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering from VSS UT Burla.
Hello everyone, I am Rahul Krishnananda, pursuing electrical engineering sophomore from Veer Surendra Sai University of Technology, Bulla. I am also the founder of Vasper and brand ambassador of Startup Odisha. Thank you.
आगे पीछे दाएं बाएं लाइफ में चैलेंजेस कहीं से भी आए.
Good evening. My name is Aisha Das. I am from Biju Patnaik Institute of IT and Management Studies. I am from MBA second semester and a member of BITMIC.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Devesh Mahapatra. I'm from BIITM, MBA second year. I'm a part of BIITM Incubation Center. That's all about me. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Rohit Verma and I am from Silicon Institute of Technology, Computer Science and Engineering Department, second year.
Good evening everyone, I am Ankit Kumar. I am from Silicon Institute of Technology, Bhubaneswar, pursuing BTech in second year in Computer Science and Technology.
Good evening everyone, I am Rakhi Vedarsin Shah from Silicon Institute of Technology, currently pursuing second year from CSC.
Hello everyone, my name is Shekhar Kumar. I am from Silicon Institute of Technology. I am pursuing Computer Science and Technology. Thank you.
Good evening everyone, my name is Tanmay Kumar Naik. I am currently pursuing first year CSE in Nalanda Institute of Technology.
Good evening everyone, I am Abhinandan Padi from Nalanda Institute of Technology and pursuing in Computer Science Engineering first semester.
Okay, thank you for the quick introduction, team.
Wish you all the very best. Before that, a few quick rules. So this will be a single question round, one question to each team. Each question carries 10 marks, and if you're unable to question, the question will be passed to the next team. And if the next team, the follow-up team, is able to answer the question, so they will be getting 5 marks. It's a bonus mark, 5 mark. And if no one is able to answer the right answer, then it will go to the audience. Okay. And there's no negative marking for this particular round, and there's no elimination also for this particular round. So that's it. All the very best. Let's start. Before that, any query?
Pounds, can we pounds in between if we know the answer of other team?
If they are not able to say the right answer or they are passing, then you have to raise your hand and the passing question will go to you. You can't bounce back in the middle with the answer. Okay, that will give you might give you a negative marking.
अबे सुन ना, क्या नाम है इसका? अरे अंकित,
Okay.
What's the time?
Time, there's no assess time. So let's start. Okay, let's start. And it's going from left to right. Okay. You shouldn't take more than 10 seconds for this particular round. So this is a startup, part of a startup logo, icon of a startup logo. And the tagline was introducing the symbol of optimism. Look up. Identify the startup.
नहीं. Airbnb.
Would you like to give a pass? There's no negative marking.
We'll pass.
There's no negative marking. You can give it a try.
Airbnb.
No. Pass. Would you like to answer? Anyone? If knows, please raise your hand. It's a very well-known startup, but not current. It saw its doomsday few years back. But at its time, during the initial phase of the Indian startup ecosystem, after 2011, this was there in the trend. So identify this startup with the tagline introducing the symbol of optimism, look up. If anybody, yes please.
Snapdeal.
That's a negative. Yeah, please, give it a try.
Look up. Optimism. Lenskart.
No, that's not Lenskart. The startup is no more existing in its full phase. Anyone in the audience? No? Okay. And the startup is housing.com. Not in its full phase. Not in full phase. So now that billboard trend you are seeing with doodh mango doodh denge, kheer mango kheer denge, that trend actually started this startup look up, and then there was another hoarding of yes, you remember look up. Okay. Next team. Your question. Our questions are very slow. Celebrate India. This tagline belongs to which particular company or which particular brand?
Fab India.
That's the right answer. Team 3, your question on the screen. हमारे कंप्यूटर जी बहुत स्लो है. Anyway, so identify this logo. It's a famous, one of the world's largest company, but this is the first logo of that company when it started in its initial form. Name the company.
ARSS.
No. Anyone? Any pass? Any pass? Yep. Yes. You can pass the mic.
Is it Adobe?
No, that's a negative.
Alphabet.
Negative. Anyone? Yes, in the audience. No, that's a negative. Yes, please. Negative. Not NHAI. That's not a road. Anyone? Is the first logo of
Amazon.
right? You delayed a bit. You delayed a bit. No. Oh yeah, yeah. That's the right one. That's the right answer. I thought I have showed the answer. No. Thanks to the slow computer G. That's the right one we can give.
But so many tries.
After my 3-4 clicks, that's actually moving. So that's the problem. Yeah, now it came. See. So yeah, it's the right answer. Amazon. Who's the one? Which team? You?
But they answered after so many tries.
So it was a pass question. So we'll give you 5. No, it's a pass one. They'll get 5.
So many.
Okay, okay. Huh. It has already gone to the audience. It's 0, it's 0. It's already gone to the audience, so it's a 0.
But pass the question.
What to do? Yeah. So it's anyways, as it says, it has already gone to the audience, so it's a null, negative. Okay. Next question. To team 4. Identify this brand logo. Again, this is a old logo of that company. This is the first logo of that company. No, it's not a question to you. It's the first logo of that. No, first they have to answer. If they pass, then only. No, no, no. Team 6. Yes, please. Team 4.
Apple.
Apple. Computer G. Yes, it's the right answer, Apple. Suspense is not working in this, yeah. Unable to create. Yes, it's Apple, right. Yeah, sorry. Phones. Phones. Upside down. Team 5, your question on the screen. Identify this startup logo. It has been in the news in a very recent time. Very recently, it was in the news, all over the news, for some of its great achievement. Identify this company. No. Only when it's a pass, raise your hands, not before that. Yes, team 5. Team 5. Will it be a pass or any wild guess you want to take? It's a pass.
Star pass. Star plus.
SpaceX.
No, that's a negative.
SpaceX.
I haven't asked. Wait for the pass. SpaceX, no, that's a negative. Any other? It's not SpaceX. Any other team would like to answer? Raise your hands.
Tesla.
Raise your hands.
Tesla.
Raise your hands.
Tesla.
No, that's a negative. Huh? Hint, it's an Indian startup. It's an Indian startup. Should we pass it to the audience? Okay, pass to the audience, please. Yes. No, that's a negative. Any last attempt from the audience? It's a startup. It's Skyroot Aerospace, which has launched India's first private rocket in partnership with ISRO. Arey, finally we have a background music. Okay, team 6, the last question of this round for you.
Identify this startup. No, let me complete my question. Identify this startup. This startup was acquired by another startup of the same industry, but that acquisition is still under process and legalities are going on. Name this startup. No, it's not Zomato. Anyone? Yes, team 4.
Zoom car.
No, that's a negative.
Jostel.
Nearby.
Tribo.
No, I said nearby. You diverted. Anyone? You were close. Team 3, you were close.
Zoox.
No, that's a negative. Team 3 was close. Anyone from the audience? Without seeing their phone. No, no looking towards the phone, please. Sorry? No. It's not a hostel, but it's Zo Rooms, which was acquired by Oyo Rooms, but that acquisition still under process, under litigation. So Zo Rooms was acquired by Oyo Rooms back in 2014 or somewhere, but that acquisition didn't go well. It's in the rough phase. Now, so at the end of the first round, we'll have the marks, scores, but before that, one question to the audience, but that question we have already discussed. So, no, this one. No. Yeah, so this is to the audience. Identify this brand or company. You have to raise your hands. You have to raise your hand first. Pass. Yes. Okay, and what does this logo signifies? Is it the existing logo or the old logo? Right? So I'll give this answer to them because they have raised their hand. Audience round. Your name, please. Ashik. Okay. Okay, at the end of round 1, we'll have the scores. Team 1, yet to open the books. Team 2, 10. Team 3, nil. Team 4, 10. Team 5, nil. Team 6, nil. Okay, audience, we have a small token of gift for you. Please come front. We are going to round 2 now, and this is an elimination round. One team will be eliminated from this round. Let's hope for best. So here we have one elimination. Rest of the rules remain same. -5 for every wrong question. No, for direct questions it's given. For every wrong question, direct. If it's a pass, there's no negative. Okay. Starting with round 2. The recent acquisition. This has been a recent acquisition. LTI Mindtree. What does this stands for? Team 1. What does LTI stands for? No whispering, no whispering. Your answer might get leaked.
LTI stands for Larsen and Turbo Infotech.
LTS stands for.
Larsen and Turbo Infotech.
Okay. Close. Yeah, it's the right answer. It's Larsen and Tubro Infotech Mindtree. Right. It's the right answer. Right. So right answer, and with this team 1, you have opened up your scoreboard. Okay, team 2. What does HDFC stand for, or the full form of HDFC? Team 2. And my it's gone. It's gone. चले 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 Yeah. Wait. Team 2. Pass. Team 3.
Housing Development Financial Corporation Bank.
No, there will be mark on pass. 5 marks. 5 bonus will be there in the pass. Okay. There will be 5 bonus for the pass. It's Housing Development Finance Corporation Limited, HDFC. Okay. Direct question to team 3. What does HMT stands for? Will it be a pass? Okay. Any other? Please raise your hands if anybody wants to answer this question. Please raise your hands. Any team? There's no negative if it's a pass. नहीं है. There's no minus in pass. If any team is to answer.
Hindustan Metals.
No, that's a negative. Okay, anyone from the audience? Yeah, we are passing this to the audience, and this time we are going here. Yeah, please. Right, it's Hindustan Machine Tools. It's the right answer. Team 3. Now it's question for team 4. What does DLF stand for? The famous real estate. No name. Question to team 4. And team 4, will it be a pass? Time's up. It's a pass. If anybody wants to answer this, any team wants to give it a wild guess? No negative. There's no negative mark for the passing. Okay, it's a pass to the audience, and we will go to. Yes, please. Close. Anyone else? Yes. Delhi Land and Finance. We are making sure. Thank you. We are making sure. Okay. Question to team number 5. What does MRF stands for? Or the what does MRF stands for? Question to team number 5. Do you like to give it a pass? Sorry, it's a pass. Anyone? Please raise your hands. Yes. Team three.
Madras Rubber Factory.
That's the right answer. Question team 6 and the final question of the round. This company has recently entered India with its commercial vehicle segment. It was there since last couple of years, but in the larger vehicle segment, now it has come to the passenger vehicle segment, and it's a Chinese company with investment from Warren Buffett. It has recently revealed its full name. What does it stand for? Or would you like to give it a pass? Team 6. Pass? Okay, team 6 has given pass. Anybody, any wild guess? Yes. But the name is English. The name is English. It has it has come to India with its electric bus. Its electric buses are running in multiple metros, and it is launching its first car this year early, electric car. It is aiming to capture almost 40% of India's EV market. Anyone in the audience? Without googling. Yes, sir. Please. Yes. Okay. Yes. That's the right answer. Build your dreams. Nice one. Build your dreams. So they have recently revealed this full form. It was earlier not known to much, but now they have started badging their car instead of BYD as Build Your Dreams. Sounds weird, but they have done this. So this is the end of round 2, and we'll have the scorecard. At the end of round 2, we have a tie between team 5 and team 6, and as it's an elimination round, we will be going for a tiebreaker. And if there's no result coming out from the tiebreaker, we have to take some call. Okay. So, if you know the answer, raise your hands. Wrong answer, negative -5 still exists. Okay. So just raise your hands. We can give the buzzer. Pass. Let's not have a pass for this. This is a tiebreaker. Okay. We'll have buzzer. We'll have buzzer for this. Okay, team 5 and team 6 already. No whispering. This company is involved in making chips to implant in mammals, from animals to humans, and they want to control the human brain or study the human brain by implanting chips into the human brain. What's the name of this company? They have recently also started doing clinical trials. Yes, team 5. In the mic, please.
Neuralink.
Neuralink, absolutely right answer, team 5. And at the end of round 2, unfortunately, team 6, we have to say your journey in this quiz has been till here. But great show. Thank you very much. Yeah, we have. Kindly have your seat. Please, let's have a round of applause for team 6. And we are going to, with this, we are going to resume our round 3. Again, this is an elimination round. Same -5 still exists. And one team will be eliminated at the end of this round.
Some marks. 10, 10, 10, I think so. Everybody has 10 because you have answered two fast.
Marks.
10, 10, 10.
So it's
10, 10, 10.
10, 10 for all.
All, huh? All of us.
So as the tiebreaker was an elimination savior, so it will not go with a full mark of 10. It will come with a mark of 5. Yeah, we have two right answers we have. From yes, one from the back, build your dreams, and one who said Delhi Land and Finance. Who gave the answer? Delhi Land and Finance. Yeah. Please come forward. HMT, yes, HMT also. Let's have a round of applause for them. Come on. रिसीवर को दे रिसीवर को दे बस so this is round 3 again it's as I explained it's elimination round 1 sorry the lowest scoring team will be eliminated -5 for every direct wrong answer will still exist and as it was in round 2 so let's start next slide please okay so this round is particularly about recent startup and business trends and current affairs this startup IG drones was recently there in the news the question is for team 1 recently in the news what was the reason for which it was in the news
India's first 5G enabled drone Skyhawk.
that's absolutely right answer next please question to team 2 next yep the very recent and trending meme subject between Blinkit and Zomato that is दूध मांगोगे दूध देंगे and खीर मांगोगे खीर देंगे the billboard war a third company jumped in after that obviously many more who have come, and the trend is still going on. Which was the very first third company which jumped in between the billboard war between Blinkit and Zomato? Question to team 2. No. Question to team 2. If it passes, I'll give it to first team 4 and then team 3. They have raised their hand first.
But sir, the passing on is after two there is three, right?
Right, so passing.
If this happens, then
Exactly. No, we'll give to team 4 first. They have raised before also.
Pass.
Pass. So it's a pass from team 2. Team 4, would you like to answer this question?
Housing.com.
That's a negative.
Netflix.
That's the right answer. So the bonus goes to team 3. Next slide, please. It's a Netflix which jumped in with the tagline. Would you like to answer? I don't have any idea. Friday mangoge Wednesday denge. So that was the thing which Netflix came up with. Next slide, please. Next. Bus. Question to team 4. What is the... question to team 3. What is the significant between these two companies or brand in the current affairs of the Indian business ecosystem? What is the significance between these two brands or between these two companies in the current affairs of the Indian business ecosystem? That is PVR and Inox. What is the significance between these two brands or between these two companies in the current affairs between these two companies in the Indian business ecosystem? They are in the news very recently. So what's the news is all about?
Pass.
It's a pass. No, this I'll go give to team 2.
Why, sir?
We have already answered. Let them.
Sir, PVR and INX have came together recently. They have
Wait.
They did an agreement where PVR and INX are collaborating. Like they both have come together. It's a agreement between them. So that's the news significance.
Not the complete answer. Yes, team 4, please.
It's the biggest merger of theatre industry.
Absolutely right answer to team 4. PVR and INX are in the final stage of merger. It has not been finalized. Let's have a round of applause for team 4. They are almost in the final stage of merger. If it happens, it will be the largest merger in the exhibition or theatre industry. They are calling it as the exhibition industry. Film exhibition. Okay. Now direct question to team 4. Next slide. This particular startup in the rocket industry is trending since the beginning of 2022 for all the very good reasons. And so first they made a manufacturing facility, which India's first 3D printed rocket manufacturing facility. Second, they are making India's first private rocket launch facility in partnership with ISRO. What's the name of this startup?
Skyroot Aerospace.
That's a negative. It's not Skyroot. It's private launch pad. They have made first private launch pad in partnership with ISRO, not the first private rocket.
Okay.
There's a difference between launch pad and rocket. It's a -5. And it's a pass.
Agni.
Okay, you're close.
Yeah, I know. Like it's Agni. I don't know the full name about it, but I know. I've seen this news. It's Agni. I don't know the second. It could be Aerotech. We don't know. I can't say. Private Limited. I can put Agni Private Limited. Agni, but
No,
for sure.
It has already come from you, so pass will be at later. No.
Pass.
Pass. Wait. Okay, anyone else would like to answer? You're close. Team 5, would you like to? Wait, team 4, wait, I'll come. Team 4, Team 5? Would you like Team 1? No? Anyone from the audience? Yes. That's the right answer. Agnikul Cosmos. You were close by. You were close by, but it's Agnikul Cosmos. If you would have told at least Agnikul also, I would have given. Okay, so it's Agnikul Cosmos. Next slide, please. And next question to Team 5. Direct question. This is a startup which was recently which raised funding from two celebrity YouTubers, Praful Bilore from MBA Chaiwala, Ranbir Alabadia, and Bhuvan Bam. It raised to an amount of 2 million. And this is a health and wellness brand. What is the brand? Yes, Team 5. Would you like to give it a pass? Pass. Team 3.
So the name of this brand is Pi.
No, it's not pie. No, it's related to pie, but it's not pie. Okay, anyone else? No. Anyone in the team? Or we'll give it a pass to the audience. Anyone in the... Okay, it's a pass to the audience. Audience, anyone would like to answer? Without Google. Yes? Would you like to answer? Sorry? Yeah, that's the right answer. Super Cluster Pie. It's a health and wellness brand, Super Cluster Pie. And they have recently raised funding to an amount of 2 million from Bhuvan Bam, Ranveer Alabadia, and Praful Bilore from MBA Chaiwala. So I think with this we have completed the round 3, and I guess we are ready with the scoreboard. And we have 2 right answers from the audience also. So teams, the scores are here at by the end of round 3. Sorry. वहाँ पे है शायद, वहाँ पे था. Team 1 leading by 20 points. Team 2 and Team 4, there's some tie going on, that is by 10 points. Team 3 second in the lead, that is by 15 points. And unfortunately Team 5 with 5 points, we have to unfortunately say it's the end of a journey for this quiz, but great show, great show. Great show. Kudos to you. Thank you. And two prizes to the audience. Please come forward. Abhi. Super Cluster Pie. Agnikul Cosmos. Team of 4 and round 4. And the same rule applies. Next slide. Okay, I have given the answer. Super Cluster Pi. Back. So this is Super Cluster Pi, which was recently invested again. This is the name of the brand. And next question, please. So this was there, just a general question to all. We have goodies. Which state has been awarded for the very first time with a Center of Excellence for Online Gaming, which is coming up in the month of March? Recently, STPI has awarded a state to set up the first Center of Excellence for Online Gaming. This is a general question to everyone. No negative, no positive. Guess the state.
Maharashtra.
Negative. No.
Karnataka.
No.
Kerala.
Okay, city also you can. City also you can. No, no, it's just general question to all, even to the audience. Right answer, Shillong.
Scout.
Next, please. Next. Round 4. 10 marks, -5, and elimination still continues. Next slide. Previous, please. Previous. Okay. So this round is basically to identify some famous personalities. Okay. And again, same sequence we are going on from left to right. And yes, please. Passing on, when I say pass, you raise your hands. Okay. You have already, before that, you have already answered 2 past questions, so I said, okay, let them. Okay. Okay, what you suggest? We go like this in a sequence? No. The first, the one who raised the hand first will go like that. Okay, sure. Yeah, you can just do a small shift. जगह बहुत है. Team 1, Team 2, Team 3, Team 4. Okay. Next slide. To Team 1. You can sit here. You can sit here. Team 1. Who is this famous personality? In the Indian business ecosystem? Team 1, any guess, or would you like to give it a pass? Full name? Which organization does it belongs to? Yeah, here's the right answer. It's R. Damani from DMart, or Mr. Radhakishan Damani, owner of fastest growing retail chain, that is DMart, or Avenue Supermarket Limited is the company. That's the right answer, R. Damani. So 10 points to Team 1. Nice guess. To Team 2. Yeah, calculated this right. Team 2. Question. Next slide, please. Yes. Identify this very well-known personality. Okay. Noted. Any hint? No hint. Hint comes if the question is passed, then the hint will come. Not before that. Would you like to give it a pass? Time's up. Yeah, pass to Team 3.
Kiran Majumdar Saw.
That's the right answer. Which organization does it belongs to?
I can guess, but
Yeah, please.
ICICI Bank.
No. Currently, she is heading Biocon Limited. It's a pharmaceutical company. Kiran Majumdar Shah. That's the right answer. A bonus point of 5 to Team 3. Next question, direct question to Team 3. identify this well-known personality and the company she is associated with. Yeah, pass will go to team 4. यहाँ से जाने के बाद वहाँ जाए. Okay. Pass by team 3. Team 4, your guess?
It's Falguni Nair from Nika Group.
That's the right answer. Bonus to team 4. Right. Falguni Nair from she's the CEO of famous e-commerce company Nika. Next, direct question to team 4. Here's your question.
Steve Nader.
Shiv Nader of company?
Company you Steve Nader from company you're not asking, no? I'm guessing. Yeah, this is not correct. This is not Steve Nader.
5 months for the company?
I'm just forgotten.
No, obviously no. Right,
yeah.
ACL Technologies. But yeah, that's the right answer. That's the right answer. Mr. Shiv Nader is the founder of HCL Technologies. And by the end of round 4, which was firing round, it was a good round. And the scores are here. By the end of team 2, really well played. Really well played. Kudos. So team 1 30, team 2 10, team 3 20, and team 4 25. Team A leading by 30, team 4 leading by 25, and team 3 by 20. But team 2, really great show. Kudos. Okay, even. Okay, huh. Round 5, we have 3 teams. There's no elimination. Okay. And yeah, this will be a buzzer round. There'll be 3 buzzers for 3 teams. But let's see what's the question. No, upper fire round. Please check your buzzers. Two-minutes break before this round. Yeah, please. Please stay. We have participation certificates for all. So kindly stay. Except Nivedita ma'am, we have certification. Wow. Yes. Okay. We try to create some okay, on the console, can we have KBC background music again? ଏବେ ହିଁ ବାଜିବା ଦରକାର ମଝିରେ ନାହିଁ. This is we are going to have the final round, the last and final round between both all the three teams. If there is a tie between any two teams, we'll have a tiebreaker with a rapid fire. If there is no tie, then this will be the final and deciding round. Vajant? No. Back. Music, background music. Okay, let's take it in a very imagination. Now. So, all the three teams ready. Great show till now. Next slide, please. It's a buzzer round. Yeah, it's a question. There question. KBC का बोला था ये क्या बज गया? This was not. Pause. ये गाड़ी वाला म्यूजिक बज गया. No. The question is still. So the negative marking still continues, and it's a buzzer round. Whoever presses the buzzer first have to answer. 10 marks each question. Any wrong answer, it's negative. They have to answer. And no help from the audience, please. So, this is the very first EV company of India, one of the very first EV company of India, and it has come up with one of its early EV car was this. But this company got acquired by another bigger company. So identify this EV startup. It was there in the early 2000. Identify this this EV startup of the early 2000. Buzzer counts. No, the name of this EV company. The name of this EV startup.
So before
Buzzer.
acquisition. Before acquisition.
Okay. Before acquisition. Before acquisition. The name of the EV startup before acquisition. One mic, please. The name of this EV startup which got acquired by another larger company, but you have to name this particular EV startup. It was one of the very first EV startup of India. And Mahindra was having this vehicle. Okay, question goes to the audience. In the audience, we will go to the last. Yes. Right answer, it's Reva Electric Company, which later got acquired by Mahindra, and then Mahindra came up with a similar model called Mahindra Reva, which was there for a few years, and then it got discontinued from the market. One of the very first EV startup of India. Wait. Okay, so next question, teams. Buzzer. You have to press the buzzer after the question. after the question. Or else you press the buzzer first and you are not able to answer, then there will be negative -5. That counts. Next slide, please. Royal Enfield, the very famous Indian two-wheeler company, or the classic two-wheeler company, got acquired by another company. What's the name of the company which acquired Royal Enfield? Yeah, who pressed the buzzer? Team 2, please.
Eicher Motors.
That's the right answer. Eicher Motors. Team 2, right answer, the buzzer. Next slide, please. Madura Fashion and Lifestyle. Which is the parent company for this particular brand or company called Madura Fashion and Lifestyle? Name its parent company which acquired it. Many people don't know this company, Madura Fashion and Lifestyle. This company itself owns 4 to 5 lifestyle and fashion brands. Team A.
It's Aditya Birla Group.
Aditya Birla Group. Madura Fashion and Lifestyle owns some of the well-known brands in the Indian market that to the likes of Louis Philippe, Peter England, and many more. And the parent company is Aditya Birla Group. That's the right answer. Team A. And with the huge round of applause, we are concluding round 6 with the scores. And if there's a tie, we'll go for a tiebreaker, or else this was the last question. Scores, please. There's no tie, and here's a score by the end of the final round of the quiz, business quiz, by Startup Odisha on the very occasion of Startup Mela on 15th and 16th of January 2023. And the score is according to the sequence. The first prize goes to Team 1, the first score, with a score of 40. Second goes to Team 2 with a score of 30. Team 3, sorry. And Team 5, I remember. Team 4, sorry. Team 4 with 25. Team 1, Team 3, Team 5. So with that, we are concluding. Let's have a fun. So, all the 3 teams, finalists, you'll be getting felicitated tomorrow, so you have to be here tomorrow as well. After 2 p.m, post lunch. And rest everyone, please stay here for the certificates. And let's have a final round of applause for everyone present here. Kudos to all. We'll be calling the name on the stage for the certificates. एक-एक करके आ जाइए.
Top 3 obviously will be getting your certificates tomorrow only. The rest of the audience can.
One by one, please come to the stage and collect your certificates. One by one from this way, this side. Let's have the photograph. Let's have the certificates first. One by one, please come and collect your certificate. One by one. All the participants in the quiz, kindly collect your certificates. एक एक करके इधर से आइए, एक एक करके इधर से आइए. One by one, kindly come through this way. एक एक करके इधर से आ जाइए, please. जल्दी जल्दी.
Please guys write your name of your own in the between of this one so that your name is there.
Team 4, 5 and 6. If you are here, kindly stay on one side. Team 4, 5, 6. Move on. Except team 4, 5 and 6. Team 4, 5 and 6, please come this side. Thoda, let's have some claps here. Come on, let's stand for ourselves. Jaldi, jaldi.
Who is next?
Participant, please. Team 4, 5, 6, please stay. Team 4, 5, 6, please stay.
नहीं,